C47 transport plane struggles to find a way through a monster storm front in the skies above Nebraska. Suddenly, there's a massive lightning flash, and the plane falls from the sky. The crash leaves a scene of complete devastation on the ground.
There are some sights that I've seen, and I just had to leave. When I was young, I just couldn't take it.
A group of young trainee fighter pilots, all eager to join the war, die in the tragedy.
I just don't think she ever truly recovered. There was this 24-year-old young man on that plane. That was my dad.
Official investigations at the time are unable to agree on the exact cause of the crash.
There's a lot of unanswered questions about what really caused the accident.
The relatives didn't have any idea what happened.
So what caused the C47 crash more than 70 years ago? Was it the severe weather conditions? Was it structural failure? Or perhaps tragic human error?
Maybe lightning struck one of the fuel tanks and caused it to explode.
Or could it have been an angry argument that sowed the seeds of disaster?
To hell with you, I'm gonna go get these guys up there myself.
And could a similar incident occur today?
Certainly any flight, even flights today, Mother Nature is very, very dangerous.
However confident you are your aeroplane's going to be all right, you're never sure how bad it can get.
70 years on, can World War II air crash detective Garth Barnard finally discover the truth?
I don't even know if that's even possible. I've never even heard of anything like that.
For more than 20 years, Garth Barnard has been investigating UK World War II air crashes. They are his passion. Garth's usual cases involve RAF aircraft and crews, but today something very different has caught his eye on the internet.
I was looking over historical forums recently, and I found reference to a crash of a C47 where 28 people were killed. That's a huge loss of life for a wartime accident, and there seems a bit of uncertainty as to what actually happened, and I really need to find out more.
Another hot and humid day is drawing to a close on Bruning Army Airfield on the Great Nebraskan Plains of the USA. A C-47 transport plane is getting ready to take to the air. The plane, piloted by Captain Stanley Meadows, is about to ferry 24 trainee fighter pilots and flight instructors on a routine flight up to the Pierre Gunnery Range in neighboring South Dakota.
Captain Meadows at the time was Assistant Director of Training. He was essentially the third person in charge on the base.
Meadows' co-pilot is Captain Robert Bud Bowley, a married 25-year-old.
He was fun, he was happy, he was well-liked, and he was very handsome.
Among the other passengers making the trip are the unmistakable Jolly twins, who are heading to Pierre to continue their training on the P-47 Thunderbolt fighter.
They both got to the Air Corps, and they got there together. They're pretty enthusiastic about flying the Thunderbolt.
An hour into their flight, as it flies over the small town of Napier on the South Dakota-Nebraskan border, the plane runs into problems. The hot August weather has created a stormy weather system, and a huge menacing range of thunderclouds now blocks its route. The pilots are expecting a possible problem weather front, but what they now face is the stuff of nightmares.
Weather in Nebraska can be pretty dangerous. It can be very intimidating. It can change really quickly. You can have a normal summer day. In the morning, you're out playing, and that afternoon, you could have thunderstorms and tornadoes rolling in. Really heavy winds, dangerous lightning and hail. I mean, it's really eerie. It's really scary.
As the plane flies nearer to the storm, it's buffeted by strong winds and high turbulence, and Captain Meadows realizes he has to find a gap in the clouds through which he can safely fly the aircraft. Suddenly, there's a huge lightning flash, and the C-47 is put into an uncontrollable dive. Meadows and Bowley struggle desperately with the controls, but to no avail. Seconds later, the aircraft smashes into the rain-soaked hillside. All 28 passengers and crew are killed instantly.
From what I've read, it seems like the aircraft was brought down by adverse weather conditions. The C47 is a very robust aircraft. So, could turbulence have brought it down? I mean, could a lightning strike have actually brought it down? I mean, the pilots were aware of the adverse weather conditions, so why did they even risk that? This was one of the biggest crashes of wartime America, and I just got to find out more.
Garth's investigation begins at the museum in Belvedere, Nebraska. Together with original researcher Dale Huskey, local author Patrick Healy has spent many years researching the mysterious crash that has become known simply as the Napier 28.
Well, I think the fascinating part for me was the number of casualties and the fact that there was such a horrific accident. There just wasn't any information available. Not a lot of people knew about it. The casualties on board weren't just names. They were human beings who had lives, who had stories before the crash. And I had found a photograph that a widow had sent me that shows Captain Meadows, the pilot, and Captain Boley, the co-pilot of the plane that night. So it really brings the story to life. It gives it a human face. It tells their story.
Patrick shows Garth the official accident report that was compiled in the aftermath of the crash by senior US AAF personnel at Bruning.
This basically covers everything from the weather conditions, the condition of the plane, photographs of the wreckage, maps of the crash site, witness statements, affidavits from people on the ground at Bruning, the weather officer, the flight line officers, and so forth. So if you really want to learn the facts about what happened that night from the Army Air Corps' point of view and from witnesses' standpoint and the accident investigators, the accident report is a great place to start.
This is Garth's first look at the report. What information does it reveal about the doomed plane?
This is the official accident report for the C47 crash, and it presents a detailed and a horrific account of the final moments of that aircraft.
According to the investigators' account, the C47 flew into a storm cloud where a massive lightning flash caused the motors to stop. Moments later, the plane was seen exiting the bottom of the cloud at a steep angle before rolling over onto its back as the right wing and other parts of the plane came away from the fuselage. The aircraft then crashed into a shallow ravine and slid to the bottom where it was engulfed in flames.
There was no way the pilot could recover from this crash. I mean, it was horrific. There's some quirky details here. I mean, for example, and I quote, "The edge of the right wing, which broke away from the center section, indicates failure of the top surface in tension. The wingtip section of this wing was bent parallel to the span and concave on the underside. This would indicate terrific overloading on the upper surface of the wing, and it is believed that the plane was upside down when inside the cloud and hit a terrific updraft in this position." Well, when we look at that, when most aircraft, the wing fails, the wing is going to fail in an upward direction. In this instance, the wing went underneath the aircraft like this. I mean, I don't even know if that's even possible. I've never even heard of anything like that.
The report confirms that the plane was sound mechanically and that it had been flying through other moderate turbulence without problems in the days leading up to the crash.
On the face of it, it seems to have been some sort of extreme weather event that caused this crash. But can lightning and turbulence really cause such a catastrophic event? I mean, and also, if the weather was that bad, why would the pilot push on through?
It didn't take long for suspicions about the crash to arise and rumours to start that were met by a wall of official silence.
There's a lot of rumors. Because the airplane broke up in mid-air, the government thought it was sabotage. For 55 years, that thing was closed down. The relatives didn't have any idea what happened.
And what of the grieving relatives? How did the tragedy affect them? Garth wants to find out more. He finds that Bud Bowley, the co-pilot, was only on the flight by sheer chance. His daughter, Bobby Kusk, just 4 months old at the time, shows Garth the wallet that Bud was carrying that evening.
You can see the billfold or the wallet is just really, really in tough shape, but it's been through a lot. And everything, even the pictures, are in it. Here is mother and father. And that is my cousin Kathy. I'm not even in here. All his papers were in here. It was something else. Just what you'd find in a normal wallet, except it hasn't been through a plane crash and a fire.
Bud Bowley left the Fairbury family home he shared with his wife Dolores, as usual, to go to nearby Bruning Army Air Base to oversee a group of instructor pilots and trainees.
Mom said the last time she saw him was he was standing on the porch smoking a cigarette. And she went out to say goodbye, and he said, bye, see you later. And off he went.
Fate then intervened for the first time. Dolores called to say that the family car was stuck in the garage and she wouldn't be able to pick Bud up.
She called him and said, I cannot get there because they haven't finished with the car yet. And he said, that's okay. I haven't watched my boys fly at night. I can stay out here and watch them fly at night.
Although by rights he shouldn't even have been there, Bud bumped into Captain Meadows, who was looking for a crew for a flight he was about to make in a C47. Meadows asked Bud to be his co-pilot. Bud agreed, and his fate was sealed. Naturally, Bud's sudden death came as a terrible shock to his young wife Dolores.
She was just in such a state of shock, and she said, I was 23 years old. I felt my life was over. And she said, I wouldn't let go of you. She said, you had rash because I held you so tight and so much. She said, but I just couldn't let go. Grandma Lil had asked her, what if that isn't Bud in the coffin? And Mother said, it won't make any difference because somebody else is taking care of him.
To help him, Garth feels that he needs to understand a little more about the men who died in the C-47. Why was it so important for the plane to push on through the terrifying storm? The majority of those aboard the plane were pilots learning to fly the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt. This machine was a big beast, bristling with machine guns, and with the ability to fire rockets or drop bomb loads of 2,500 pounds. The P-47 was a highly effective ground attack aircraft and a very useful fighter escort for bombers. But with that much firepower and a fully loaded flying weight of 8 tons, it took some seriously skilled pilots to fly it. The aim for most US Air Force trainees was to be a fighter pilot in planes such as the P-47. Clayton and Leonard Jolly, who were twins from California, were those sort of men. Already enlisted in the infantry and promoted to second lieutenants by 1943, they were confident young men who had come to see flying as a way to improve their odds of surviving the war, as this letter written by Clayton to his parents makes clear.
There's nothing about this mess that is safe. When you get to combat, the bullets don't go around picking out the bum ones. Len and I both feel that when you're up in a plane fighting, the best man wins.
I think my dad was a little envious of the twins because here were these two good-looking guys that just seemed to do everything. They were stars on the football team, and they had, I don't know how many girls, but they had a lot of girls chasing them. They were just good-looking guys, very popular, and he looked up to them and had nothing but wonderful things to say about them.
By mid-1944, Clayton and Leonard had transferred from the infantry, been through flight school together, and had arrived at Bruning Army Air Force Base in Nebraska to finally get to grips with the P-47. As he tries to piece together the story, Garth wants to know more about life at the base, the life of which the Jolly twins were very much part. Built in 1942, local historian Janet Bartels has extensively researched Bruning's wartime past.
The role of the airfield was to train pilots to fly the P-47s, and they would do a lot of low-line flying and dogfighting maneuvers to practice, so their skill level was very, very high. To run the airbase, there were 500 civilians and over 3,000 officers working here at the airbase, so there was a big influx of income and money into the area.
Corinne Baruth Kortzman worked on the base during the war and remembers the pilots well.
They were very sure of themselves. That's the reason I never dated them. They were aggressive. Let's just say they were aggressive. They were fun-loving, that they were. It was busy, and there were planes flying all the time. It was very exciting until the war started touching, and then it became serious business.
Sometimes powerful machines, youthful in experience, and wartime pressures were a fatal mix, as Corinne and Janet recall.
Training accidents at the base were very common. You have to remember these young men were only in their 20s, early 20s, and when you put a piece of machinery that can go 500 miles an hour in their hands, training accidents were very common.
It seemed like for a time that we had one every day. One day this plane came over the roof, flew so low, and as it went over, I said, oh boy, the base commander's gonna be court-martialing him. And just then there was this crash, explosion, and my boss ran out of his office, came back about 40 minutes later, white as a sheet, told us what happened. This pilot had flown into a telephone pole and decapitated himself.
Garth has discovered that life on base was an intoxicating mix of exhilaration, excitement, and danger. Risk-taking became part of everyday life. Could a certain gung-ho attitude among those aboard have contributed to the cause of the crash? Although Bruning was not alone in experiencing a high number of crashes, Garth finds that the base's incident rate so alarmed the authorities that in the summer of 1944, its commander, Colonel Charles Steed, was replaced. The reason given was a perceived lack of discipline among Brunel's personnel. The base's new commander was Colonel Charles McAllister. McAllister was a strict disciplinarian and a veteran fighter pilot who had stamped his authority on the base, as one pilot was to find out.
There was one particular instructor pilot who was reported buzzing the town of Beatrice, Nebraska, and he had flown so low over the buildings that the people were able to get the number off the side of his plane, and they called back to the base. And when he got back, Colonel McAllister grounded him, wouldn't let him fly anymore, and within 2 months, he had been discharged from the military. Colonel McAllister court-martialed him. He was that serious about making sure that these guys lived to go do what they were being trained to do.
The pilots were desperately needed. In the wake of the D-Day landings in Europe, the P-47s and their pilots had a vital role to play in supporting the Allied advance through France and Germany. McAllister was determined that his strict new regime was going to get them there in good shape. So there was now tougher discipline at Bruning, which leads Garth to another theory. Could McAllister's new approach actually have contributed to an argument that helped cause the Napier crash? Interviews conducted with servicemen, pilots, and officers on the base by Pat Healy and Dale Huskey give Garth a fascinating picture of the events before the plane took off. At about 5:30 p.m. on August 3rd, the C-47, flown by its usual pilot, First Lieutenant Wayne Palmer, touched down on the baking hot runway after an uneventful 7-hour flight from Colorado Springs. On the ground, the men due to fly in it to Pier were waiting. Palmer and his crew retired to the officers' club to grab a meal, a drink, and a well-deserved rest after a punishing few days, but they were met by Captain Stanley Meadows, the base's third-in-command. Captain Meadows was clearly impatient to get the C-47 back up in the air and the trainees up to pier as soon as possible. But Palmer, who was tired, hungry and thirsty, had other ideas and flatly refused.
Captain Meadows at the time was assistant director of training, and you really didn't tell that person no. But Lieutenant Palmer felt that he was too tired to fly, and he let Captain Meadows know that. Captain Meadows and he exchanged some profanities. The argument became a little bit heated, and Captain Meadows told Lieutenant Palmer basically, to hell with you, I'm gonna go get these guys up there myself.
An angry and agitated Meadows stormed out and set about finding a new crew for the flight, a crew which included the unfortunate Bud Boley. With a crew in place, Meadows went over to the weather station to hear the weather forecast. Meteorologist Lieutenant Theodore Gianos was on duty that evening. In the official accident report, Gianos stated that he had warned Meadows about powerful thunderstorms forming just south of their destination. He alleges that Meadows seemed anxious and in a hurry to leave the station, and that as he did so, he muttered that there was just too much weather on the report Gianos had given him.
From the people that I've spoken with, it's kind of my opinion that Captain Meadows may have had his pride or his ego bruised a little bit in the officers' club in front of everybody. And it almost seems as if it was something that he couldn't back down. His credibility, his authority as an officer is on the line. His reputation has been called out. He's got to make that right. And so he storms out and tells Palmer, to hell with you, I'll get them there myself. And I think that starts the ball rolling, where when he comments to Lieutenant Gianos, boy, there's a lot of weather on this, it appears that Captain Meadows is given an out. And it almost seems that he's trying so hard to make this work that it begins to unravel and fail.
Having calmed down a little, Lieutenant Palmer wanted to make sure the plane got away without any problems. So he returned to the C-47 and watched as the passengers and crew prepared for the flight. By 7 p.m., the C-47 was at the end of the runway, waiting for clearance for takeoff. 5 minutes later, the control tower gave the signal, and the heavy plane lumbered down the runway to begin what was to prove to be its last flight. Could Captain Meadows' conduct have been the main reason for the crash? The official report seems to think so, as Garth discovers.
The pilot, Captain Meadows, he does seem to be getting a lot of the blame here. McAllister, his commanding officer, states in the report, and I quote, "Responsibility for the accident is judged to be 100% pilot error in that the pilot used poor judgment in continuing his flight into the storm cloud." Pretty damning stuff.
However, the base's accident committee was not quite so sure. Their report apportions blame as 50% pilot error, 25% material failure, and 25% poor weather forecasting. But there was a sting in the tail.
And the committee have this little punchline, and I quote, "The pilot was not adequately cautious with due consideration for the worth of his cargo." That's pretty damning again. But they do go on to state that they knew Meadows and how he flies, and they also believe that he never would have actually entered a thundercloud like that.
So had Captain Meadows acted recklessly? Perhaps. But Garth has found another piece of evidence that might give a clue as to why the C-47 crashed.
In addition to the anecdotal evidence that Meadows was in a rush to get out of the weather station, we also have the fact that he miscalculated his takeoff weight. He actually stated and wrote down here in the official document that it was 27,537 pounds, when the investigators recalculated that to be 29,100 pounds, which is actually over the recommended takeoff weight.
It's certainly true that in wartime, rather conservative weight safety limits for aircraft were sometimes exceeded, and that the report doesn't see extra weight as a significant factor in the crash. But for Garth, this information gives more valuable insight into the situation.
The weight was approved by another officer, so you can't completely blame Meadows. And if he was in a rush and not the sort of person you'd say no to, perhaps the other officer said, just go on your way. At the end of the day, Meadows didn't have a death wish, and he knows the capabilities of the plane and the operational limits. So Why would a plane like that just fall out of the sky? Could lightning and turbulence really bring down a C-47 like that?
Even though he had warned Meadows about the weather conditions en route, the meteorologist Gianos didn't try to stop the flight. Obviously, both he and Meadows believed that the rugged C-47 could handle the conditions. Was their faith justified?
The Douglas C-47 Skytrain was the military equivalent of the Douglas DC-3 airliner, which appeared in the late 1930s. A wonderful workhorse, which became, in military and civil service, the ubiquitous transport aircraft all over the world. It was very rugged and dependable. The structure was very strong, and it was a very capable design. It was one of those aircraft that they just got right.
Garth needs to see for himself if a Douglas C-47 could withstand the flight through a thunderstorm. If it could, what could have caused the aircraft's right wing to tear off mid-flight? Rick Adams, a pilot from the Arizona wing of the Commemorative Air Force, has been flying the force's C-47 in demonstrations throughout the United States. In the 5 years he's been flying the aircraft, Rick has encountered all types of weather conditions.
There have been numbers of incidents where they have actually flown into very severe thunderstorms and survived fine. We have had close calls, if you will, on normally, bright, sunny days, but there is storm activity and you go out of your way to avoid it. We've flown the plane in fairly turbulent weather, and it's got a 95-foot wingspan, and so it tends to absorb an awful lot of shock. But I've seen hail come out of the top of a thunderstorm that may spit it out 10 or 15 miles. And so you don't have to be that close to the proximity of a thunderstorm and have, incidents happen.
Witnesses state on the Napier aircraft that the wing collapsed underneath. Do you have an explanation for that?
I really don't. I've seen lots of World War II footage, and traditionally the wing collapses to over the top just simply because it stops creating lift. Maybe lightning struck one of the fuel tanks or both of the fuel tanks. There's two 200-gallon fuel tanks on each wing, and cause it to explode, and basically catastrophic failure of the main spar that runs through the wing that caused it to collapse and go underneath. That's the only thing I can think, because that main spar is very, very strong. And it would take something like that, like an explosion, I would think, to cause that to happen. And it would be catastrophic.
Can a lightning strike cause an aircraft to explode? At the Morgan Body Lightning Laboratory at Cardiff University in Wales, Professor Manu Haddad leads the team who regularly test modern aircraft parts for their ability to withstand a lightning strike. Does he think lightning could have played a part in the C-47's crash?
The aeroplane is designed more or less in a way that it replicates a Faraday cage with the exception of the windows. If you have a box that is completely enclosed with metal, inside it there will be no electrical field. So when lightning hits the aeroplane, it will tend to flow on that shell, which is a metal shell. And we refer to this as a Faraday cage because it's protecting whoever or whatever is inside the cage. So if, say, a lightning strike attaches to the nose of the aeroplane, that will dissipate easily either to the tail or through the wings, depending on the actual position of the aeroplane. Equally, if the lightning hits one of the wings, there is a metallic path to dissipate through the structure and onto the attachment point on the ground or on the cloud. Any other part which is sort of non-conducting away from these areas will be safe. Because it's metal, it's very unlikely that it'll cause major damage. However, if you combine this with other weather conditions, such as wind, you may create a situation where that lightning strike could touch a sensitive part of the aircraft, such as fuel tank areas or pipes going into the engine. It's very tiny, but without being there, it's very difficult to tell.
There is even some debate about whether the flash seen in the sky was caused by lightning at all. Ex-fighter pilot Dale Huskey was one of the first people to investigate the Napier mystery.
5 or 6 people said they saw the airplane flying, a flash of light. Now, some people says it was lightning. I don't know. I don't think so. DC-3 fuel is in the belly. If the wing came off, all that engine, this red hot exhaust are right there. And that gas ignites immediately. Well, the tanks would blow up. So there's your flash of fire. But some people who are not familiar would say, oh, that was hit by lightning.
As Garth travels to the crash site itself near the small town of Napier, he has a chance to mull over the critical questions. Did an explosion triggered by a lightning strike cause the wing to rip off the C-47? Or was it structural failure which saw the severed wing hit the fuel tanks and cause an explosion that was mistaken for a flash of lightning? Gazing over the now desolate crash site, it's not hard for Garth to imagine the terrible scene all those years ago. The accident report contains a sketch of the crash site, showing a field of debris stretching for over a mile and the exact final resting place of the burning plane. The sketch seems to confirm that the plane had already started to break up before it hit the ground, because it shows that some debris had landed far away from the point of actual impact. This was backed up by one witness statement contained in the report, which also reports a flaming light that could be seen in the fuselage. But the other witness statement disagrees. It says, "I did not see any pieces flying off the airplane at any time, nor did I see any fire on the plane while it was descending." So which version is correct? At what point did the plane catch fire? Garth has managed to track down an eyewitness who saw the plane's final moments. Art Martins, a local resident from the nearby town of Napier, was working just half a mile from where the plane crashed.
And I looked out, and there, that plane was coming out of the sky, out of the clouds. To me, it was just like a ball of fire. That's about all I seen. It was just like a ball of fire, and it was all in a diameter of about 12 feet. That's what I could see from the clouds. And as it went down, they lost their engine about a quarter of a mile away from where it did land. It glided from there along the hills and bounced and hit where this washout ditch was and hit that embankment, and that's when it stopped and they all flew out.
Arth has confirmed to Garth that the plane was already on fire before it hit the ground. Art was also one of the first people to arrive at the crash scene, and the horror of it still haunts him today.
But there were some sights that I've seen, and I just had to leave. When I first got there, this guy was up on the bank, on his haunches, and it took me a long time before I ever told anybody this story. His hands were gripped into the mud, grass, dirt. So while I was turning around looking, I heard something. I turned around, and he fell over when I had my back turned. He was on his hunches when I first seen him. That's what really got me, because he was still alive, and he must have hit that. When I was young, I just couldn't take it.
Art's moving evidence backs up the testimony of original witness Harry Hellenbolt, who says in the accident report that he saw flames as soon as the plane emerged from the bottom of the cloud, before the plane rolled, and before a large piece of the aircraft, most probably the wing, fell off. For Garth, the evidence suggests some kind of ignition happened before the plane broke up. Was a lightning strike really to blame? Before he leaves the United States, Garth wants to find out more about the accident's legacy. Judy Pulliman was just a month old when her father, Leonard Jolly, was killed in the Napier crash, leaving behind his young wife, Dorothy.
There was this 24-year-old young man on that plane. That was my dad. I just don't think she ever truly, really recovered from that, because he was the love of her life. My mom grappled with that for her whole life, not feeling like she reached not success, but reached what she had hoped for perhaps as a young girl. And very, very depressed by the end. She died when she was 62. She was very young. And just never really came out of it. And so after she had married my stepdad, she talked about my dad a lot, which was not good for my stepdad. And so when she died, she asked my stepdad if she could be buried next to my dad. And he said yes. So it shows me a lot for him, and also shows me how much it meant to my mom.
Garth has sent the research he's gathered from the United States to air safety expert Gary Wan to see what he can glean from the data. With over 30 years in the aviation business, including working at the Air Accident Investigation Branch at Farnborough, Gary focuses on the experience of the pilots and the plane's weight.
Both pilots flying the aircraft had limited experience on multi-engined aircraft. They had a large number of hours, something like 900 hours, so they were both experienced pilots. But that probably would have been gained in single-seat fighter-type aircraft. And handling a larger twin-engine aircraft would be a very different kettle of fish indeed. It's an old design, it's a 1930s design, and it does mean that if the aircraft is heavily loaded, then it has to be manoeuvred in a very gentle fashion. Any abrupt manoeuvres are likely to cause structural damage. And certainly, in the heat of the moment, it might have been possible for them to overstress the aircraft by pushing or pulling too hard on the controls when they're trying to recover, particularly if the aircraft was in an unusual attitude caused by the turbulence in the thunderstorm. And that could, again, have led to structural breakup.
But why was the plane so heavy that evening? Gary believes the amount of fuel on board was at the heart of the problem.
With the task in mind, you wouldn't have expected the pilot to fill the thing with 8 hours of fuel for what was effectively a 2-hour flight. So it does suggest the aircraft was taken as being the next aircraft available on the line. But the policy may have been just to fill the aircraft with fuel after each trip and then fill them up again as required. But certainly I think the weight of the aircraft was a contributing factor to the accident.
With the plane at the limits of its loading capacity, did Gary believe Meadows was truly to blame for taking the plane into a dangerous situation? And how unusual was Napier 28?
Certainly any flight, even flights today, Mother Nature is very, very dangerous. And in the early days when we're talking about the C47, then they would have been much more susceptible to damage from severe weather. And there were known cases, certainly after the war, where C47s were used by private airlines where the Dakotas did come apart in the air, so it wasn't completely unknown. As far as Meadows, the pilot's concerned, they do seem to place a lot of blame on him, but you do wonder whether or not there was any additional pressure on him to do the task, certainly with the weather as it was at the time.
It seems that severe turbulence was a major cause of the Napier crash. But could something similar happen to modern commercial airliners? Chris Roberts has had a distinguished career as a military and aviation test pilot. He's flown commercial airliners and been part of the Red Arrows. He explains the dangers of turbulence to aircraft today.
Turbulence is always, to an extent, an unknown quantity, because it's that little bit that you never know. However confident you are, your aeroplane's going to be all right. However well strapped in everybody is, crew and passengers, you're never sure how bad it can get. Been 1 or 2 instances where a long-haul aeroplane over the Pacific flew into such bad turbulence that the pilots lost control of the aeroplane, and it took them some time to get it back, by which time there were a number of injuries on board and the aeroplane was overstressed due to the air loads that were experienced. But largely, when we talk about turbulence that causes problems either to the structural integrity of the airplane or to throwing passengers up against the top of the cabin, which is something you read about in dramatic stories, then that's due to the huge up and down drafts that you can get associated with turbulence in a major thunderstorm.
With the possibility of powerful and unexpected weather events, how does a modern airliner avoid the dangers?
When you start talking about turbulence, you may be more concerned about what happens inside the airplane than to the airplane itself. No modern airliner is allowed to fly without weather radar. And this is on the nose of the airplane, and it shows the pilot where the worst of the weather is ahead of him. And the pilot then picks his way round the worst regions, which are color-coded. Running into turbulence, particularly if it's unexpected, could result in injuries inside the cabin. So when the captain comes on the PA and says, keep your seatbelt done up, I suggest you keep your seatbelt done up.
Garth is now back from the United States and has had some time to go over all his findings. So what conclusions has he drawn? What does he think caused the Napier crash?
Captain Meadows has always been held responsible for the loss of the 28 men and the crash. But there are other factors, and these mean that he just cannot be blamed. You just cannot blame this on one man.
Garth believes that lightning wasn't to blame, but the pilots found themselves battling a weather system that strained the overloaded C-47's airframe to its limits. Their inexperience of flying in these conditions may have caused Meadows and Bowley to fly by instinct, which, as fighter pilots, meant aggressively throwing the plane around in the storm. The meteorologist had given Meadows a thorough weather forecast warning of the potentially dangerous storm clouds that he would face en route. But for whatever reason, he chose to ignore them.
I believe that although Meadows' actions were the trigger for the accident, the plane encountered a huge force of nature which caused that wingtip to fail, then the wing failing, which then led to the ignition of the petrol tanks. We don't know how much pressure Meadows was under to get those men up to Pierre. Maybe he felt that he had to keep the men's training on schedule, and that if he didn't, he was accountable.
As we've heard, structural failure in extreme weather was not uncommon on the C-47 or its sister aircraft, the DC-3. Maybe the portrayal of Captain Meadows as the villain of the tragedy is just too simplistic. It must be remembered that the damning verdict of Meadows' conduct was made by his base commander, a man who had just seen 25 young trainees killed, the very men he had been brought in especially to look after. Maybe McAllister's anger and frustration got in the way of a fair assessment.
Meadows' actions were the catalyst for the accident, but he did not set out to kill those men, and I firmly believe he was doing what he thought was his duty to help America and the Allies by getting those men up to Pierre.
The Napier tragedy lay buried amongst the many thousands of training deaths that happened in the chaos of the war, until Dale Husky and his fellow researchers finally tried to peer into the darkness to unearth the truth about 28 young men's fate.
These people, these pilots, should know what happened to them. They should know what happened to them.
The exact cause of their deaths may always be debated, but they'll certainly never be forgotten.
Those families suffered a loss just as much as the families whose men were killed overseas.
And I think about those boys now had 70 years on that they never had. I think about that.
A converted B-17 transport plane carrying 41 US passengers and crew takes off into a foggy Queensland dawn. But a catastrophe is about to happen. For 2 minutes, the great plane struggles to climb. It's clearly in trouble, and as it tries to return to the airfield, it plunges into a mangrove forest, killing all but one on board. One lucky survivor somehow manages to walk away from the burning wreckage, but 40 others lay dead, leaving heartbroken families thousands of miles away in America.
It's sad to think what happened to him. It was a family loss that no one ever got over.
To worsen their grief, the authorities hush up the details of the crash, and the family's inquiries are met by a wall of silence.
My parents had received a telegram, and all it says was that he was killed in the South Pacific. There wasn't any detail whatsoever.
Witnesses are silenced.
They told us to report. Don't talk about it, you know.
The Baker's Creek crash was the worst aviation disaster in Australian history, but its cause remains a mystery. Was it engine trouble? Was the plane too heavy? And has a young pilot been wrongly blamed for the tragedy for the last 70 years?
It was a perfect storm in terms of what caused that crash. Everything that could possibly go wrong was there.
Could an accident like the Baker's Creek disaster happen today?
It's still possible for a crew to mismanage a basic situation.
Can World War II air crash detective Garth Barnard follow a trail of clues across 2 continents and finally solve the mystery of the Baker's Creek crash?
The bit that's caught my eye is they were actually given the cause of the crash.
For the past 20 years, Garth Barnard has been investigating UK World War II air crashes. But today he's on the trail of the Australian Baker's Creek disaster.
Until recently, I hadn't even heard of the B-17 crash at Baker's Creek. It was the biggest crash in Australian aviation history. And few people in Australia even know about it or even what happened. The uncertainty about the cause, the mystery that surrounds it, just makes me want to find out more.
In the foggy pre-dawn light is US pilot First Lieutenant Vern J. Gidcombe and his co-pilot, Flight Officer William C. Erb, went through their pre-flight checks. 35 American personnel began to board an obsolete B-17 bomber that had been converted into a troop carrier.
It had flown so much in combat and had been patched up so many times that the ground crew affectionately referred to it as Old Miss EMF, which stood for Every Morning Fix It. According to one of the crew chiefs, for every 10 hours of flying, it took 10 hours of repair.
They were on their way back from a welcome period of rest and recuperation in Australia, far away from the horrors of the war in the Southwest Pacific. After boarding, they tried to make themselves as comfortable as possible on the makeshift plywood floor of the plane. The flight was going to take the mixed services contingent of men from the pretty Queensland town of Mackay on a 4.5-hour flight to Port Moresby in New Guinea, where they would return to their frontline duties. Checking his maps and charts at his table in the nose of the aircraft was Navigator Second Lieutenant Jack Ogren.
My brother, he was a very meticulous type of person. He was well-groomed, and he did well in high school, but he was, I thought, a really, really swell person.
Also on board was Staff Sergeant Frankie Welshel. As part of the 6-man crew, he had volunteered for the flight as a replacement for its usual crew chief.
He was scheduled to come back to the United States and had one more flight that he needed to take in order to get his flight pay. And he took the flight because it was the last flight before he was to have left.
Last to climb aboard was Corporal Foy K. Roberts. As the final man to embark, he joined the huddle of passengers sitting toboggan-style at the feet of the radio operator near the middle of the plane. The flight was now ready to leave, and the loading officer, Captain Samuel Cutler, closed the rear door of the aircraft. Because of poor weather, their departure was delayed by 30 minutes to allow the fog to clear. But at precisely 6 a.m., Gidcombe eased back the throttles and the 4 engines of the B-17 powered the heavy plane up into the sky. flight plan took the plane on 2 left turns and then back over the airfield to fix its position before heading northwards toward Port Moresby. 2 minutes into the flight, and with the aircraft only a few hundred feet off the ground, Gitcomb successfully made the first of the 2 90-degree turns. But as he completed the second turn, something went wrong. Suddenly, the great plane fell from the sky and crashed into the trees, bursting into flames. All on board were killed. All, that is, apart from Corporal Foy Roberts, who had somehow miraculously survived.
It seems amazing to me that a crash of this magnitude has left such little evidence behind. I mean, why is that? Where has all the information gone? I mean, has it been hidden over time, or because of the confusion of the war, it wasn't stored correctly, or has there been some sort of attempt to cover it up, or I don't know, this just seems to be kept under wraps, sort of a secret, but I'm determined to find out more.
Garth begins his investigation by meeting Robert Cutler. Together with colleagues in Australia, Cutler has created the Bakers Creek Memorial Association, which aims to honour the victims of the tragedy and to track down surviving relatives. Robert's father was Captain Samuel Cutler, the officer who supervised the loading of the flight that morning. It was a wartime diary extract that sparked Robert's interest into the Bakers Creek disaster.
What a day, and a tragic one. At 6:02 a.m., 2 minutes after I turned my back on the CBA plane that I had seen just yesterday, it crashed into some woods 5 miles away and exploded, killing 40 people, with only 1 saved. Pilot error and poor visibility. As the officer of the day, I put the men on the ship, and so I had a direct part in sealing their fate. Also, I was at the scene of the crash and saw mangled bodies, killed while flying at 200 miles an hour. Terrible.
How does that make you feel?
Well, it was incredible. This is the first time I knew the details of it. When he came back from the war, he didn't talk much about it. He came back 3 years later after this crash, and other things were going on. He was haunted by this notion of closing the door and sealing their fate.
Although brief, this is the first account Garth has seen that confirms the time, place, and scale of the accident. But it's not the only piece of evidence Robert has unearthed among his father's possessions.
As I understand it from my dad's other papers, 2 of the men were brought there with military escorts. They were AWOL. And so he had to take 1 guy off the plane to make room for 1 more guy to go on the plane. And on the manifests, which you see over here, this is crossed out in pencil. This fellow here, Gilpatrick, was taken off the plane, and another guy was put on, added in pencil. This other fellow, Franklin Smith Jr. This is an official document called an Air Transport Manifest, which my father had to sign as the officer of the day, but it lists all the names of the passengers and the crew members.
For Garth, this document holds the first tantalizing clue in his investigation. The gross weight recorded for takeoff was 46,810 pounds. Boeing, the plane's manufacturer, clearly stated a weight safety limit of 47,500 pounds for the B-17C model. It wasn't overloaded, but the manifest proves that the plane was very near to its weight limit. Could that have contributed to the disaster? Before he travels to Australia, Garth wants to discover more about those who died. First, he has to find their families. For many years, researcher C.K. Gailey has worked closely with the Bakers Creek Memorial Association to track down relatives and to tell them more about how their loved ones died.
They were exceedingly grateful to find out what happened to their loved one. It's basically giving the family the details of what happened, and being able to do that is a real satisfying thing to do.
Using sources such as census information, CK and his colleague, Teddy Hanks, managed to find 38 Bakers Creek relatives. but they were unable to trace the family of navigator Jack Ogren. Enter the age of the internet.
Tried to find somebody named Wayne Ogren. I just, in desperation, I put him into the search engine, Google. I just put the name in to see what would happen. And sure enough, years earlier, he had sent an email to a website. And so I sent an email to his email, and I basically said, "Are you the brother of Jack Ogren, who died in World War II?" And it couldn't have been, he had to have been on his computer, because it wasn't 15 minutes, and he came back and he said, "Why, yes, I am."
CK traced Jack's brother Wayne to Georgia. Garth followed the trail to find out what Wayne remembers about his brother.
Of course, it was a real shock when this happened, and all we heard was, at the time, was a telegram. No information, just that he was killed in the South Pacific, I think it said. I found it really hard to accept that. I couldn't believe it, really. And yet I knew it was true, but, it was just, didn't want to think about that,
Determined to find out more about how her son died, Wayne and Jack's mother had desperately sought answers.
And so she connected with some fella about, trying to find out what exactly happened. Well, during the war, this fella that was over there when Jack was, couldn't say very much. So there's two letters that I have, one when he was still over there, and then one after he came back to Texas. And of course, the letter that came from Texas after he was back in the States, it wasn't censored so much at all, maybe. And so the second letter was, told more. She wanted to find out, what really happened. And she did find out some. To me, it was the most wonderful thing that could have happened with finding out more about my brother.
The letters Jack's mother received related the events of that morning, but their author gave no information about the cause. However, at least one other Bakers Creek family was able to discover more. It was that of Staff Sergeant Frank Welshel. Peggy Estes reveals how her family was able to find out more details about the fate of her uncle.
I had an uncle who was in Port Moresby waiting for this flight because he knew my uncle was coming in. They had communicated and he knew he was going to be coming in. So he was aware before any of the other family that there had been a crash and that my uncle was on the airplane. But in addition to that, the crew chief who was scheduled to have been on the flight, instead of Frank, came to visit my grandparents and told them the story of what had happened. His sisters loved him because he was so playful, and he was one of the favorites of the family because he was so fun-loving. It was a family loss that no one ever got over.
Before he leaves America, Garth wants to try and understand why the Bakers Creek crash has left such a lasting legacy. At the gates of the Arlington National Cemetery in the USA is the Bakers Creek Memorial, which lists the names of all the young men who died. Sitting atop a slab of pink Queensland granite, specially imported from Australia. It's a proud monument resting in one of the most revered locations in the United States, and a powerful reminder that the men who died at Bakers Creek were part of US General Douglas MacArthur's successful defense of Australia against the Japanese.
The war at that stage was only just over the hump, if you like, of real fear in the country that they faced an invasion. So it was in the aftermath of 1942, which had been our year of living dangerously, when Japanese advance got well into New Guinea and Australian forces were fighting with their backs to the wall and to a fair degree alone. This little group of soldiers of a whole variety of disciplines, if you like, from infantry through to air support, were part of the early phase, if you like, of American commitment to Australia and to the defence of Australia.
And so Baker's Creek is another symbol of the sacrifice that both nations have made for each other. It's a symbol of the commitment that the United States made to protecting a weaker nation such as Australia. And Australians, we just don't forget. You know, we don't forget our friends.
By June 1943, more than 120,000 US servicemen were operating under MacArthur in the Southwest Pacific Theatre. But what were the 35 men who died at Baker's Creek doing in Mackay? Following a devastating cyclone in 1915, Mackay had been completely redeveloped. The new buildings and infrastructure and the temperate and malaria-free climate convinced the US authorities to use Mackay as a rest and recuperation center for their war-weary men. Speaking in front of Maguire's Hotel, where many of those on the Baker's Creek B-17 spent their last few days, local historian Berenice Wright explains what the townsfolk of Mackay thought of their friendly invaders.
They loved them because they were very smart for a start. People had a Hollywoodian idea of what Americans looked like, and they certainly lived up to the image.
What entertainment was available to the Americans?
There was a lot of entertainment available for them. For instance, each day in the paper they would publish a list of entertainments for the day. It was a column called What's Cookin' at the ARC, the American Red Cross. And what was cooking were bus rides to Imeo. They could hire horses, they could hire bicycles and ride around the city. They just gave a different aspect. I think that... I get emotional, sorry.
That's okay.
I think that people felt that they could do something for these young fellows, as probably was being done for many of their sons overseas too. It was a reciprocation, really.
The war was a knife fight, and it was a really awful environment, hard, tough, tropical climate. Leave was critical. So these guys, you can imagine it, they'd have been in the worst conditions that anyone could be in. They've gone back to Australia. They've had some leave. They've been collected together, put on the plane, and then that accident happens.
The horror of the B-17 crash brought a previously remote war home to the people of Mackay. They watched the US military authorities throw a cloak of secrecy over what had happened. Local people were told in no uncertain terms to keep quiet about the crash. The heavy-handed censorship seemed designed to simply wipe it from the records.
Generally speaking, the hush-up was not to cover a mess-up. Generally speaking, it was a morale-related issue. And I guess the thought of 40, it's a large number, of 40 men going down, being killed in these circumstances after they'd been on leave, going back to the battlefront from which they'd come. It's not the sort of story that necessarily boosts morale.
With so few official records of the disaster, can the crash site itself yield any clues? It lies 5 miles south of Mackay, and Garth meets local historian Col Benson there.
Where are we? Is this the crash site here?
Yeah, this is a crash site here where the fuselage came to rest. It took off from over there in a northeasterly direction from where we were. That's Mackay Airport. Then it headed southwest. It took off southwest and did 2 U-turns, and then virtually came down through here, where it came down through the path and gradually lost altitude from a couple of 100 feet and crashed through the trees and into this area here. Came in at a shallow angle. It didn't nosedive in, and once it hit the ground, of course, it was fully laden with fuel for a 4-hour trip to Port Moresby. The tail section seems to have leapt over the top of the main wreckage and appears over here, somewhere to my right. And that's where the survivor was found, in that tail section with others who are deceased. We only have 2 or 3 photographs of it, and it seems that the wreckage, there's not much wreckage shown there, but it ends with a timbered area, as though it was those mangroves over there. So I think we're in the general area as to where it came to rest, determined as best as we can.
A 1947 aerial survey photo confirms the exact location, as the shape of the impact left by the plane can be clearly seen on the terrain.
And with the wreckage so spread out, it would appear he came in low and flat rather than at an angle?
Yes, it seems like it came in low and flat, and we've got a couple of descriptions of that. A young boy at the time was 14, and he described how he'd come from the creek and suddenly realised he was in the glide path of it as it came, as the trees gradually got closer and closer to the ground, that they'd been chopped off by the aircraft coming down to ground.
The evidence from the crash site seems to suggest that the plane made a controlled descent to the ground. While conducting his own research, Col Benson discovered a 1943 Australian police report on the crash. As it was wartime, the police were asked to investigate the possibility that the plane was sabotaged, but this was conclusively ruled out. Can this, the only official report of any kind on the B-17 crash, give Garth any more clues?
There's lots of interesting pieces of evidence within the report that give us a clearer picture of actually what went on. And the bit that's caught my eye is they were actually given the cause of the crash.
The report offers the opinion of the officer in charge of US Aviation at Mackay, Lieutenant Neighbours.
Neighbours seems to place the blame on the pilot. As the report states, he considers that the accident was due to the pilots banking the plane at insufficient altitude, the latter being possibly prevented by the fog from observing the nearness of the ground. The only problem I have with taking this at face value is there's a bit of conjecture on Neighbours' part. He states earlier in the report that the fog limited his visibility and he was only following the plane by its lights. He was 5 miles away, so he would never have been able to be certain of the cause.
The report seems to rule out engine problems, and 3 witnesses all said they could see no flames coming from the plane or anything that indicated it was in difficulties. And Garth finds another intriguing clue.
A number of the witnesses agree that the plane was brightly illuminated, like he had his landing lights on. But why? If Neighbours' account is to be believed, then surely the pilot knew what height it was at, so he wouldn't have needed to put his lights on. Or maybe it was a sign that he knew he was in trouble and he just put the lights on to signal, maybe. The report states it was foggier at the crash site, certainly foggier than what it was on the airfield, so maybe he was using the lights to find somewhere to put down.
For many years, the pilot Vern Gidcombe was the man thought to be responsible for the accident. It's easy to see why. Gidcombe had only just taken over the plane from another much more experienced pilot who had returned to the United States. A young, inexperienced pilot loses control of an aircraft. Case closed. But were the conclusions drawn by Lieutenant Neighbours and others at the base the main reason Gidcombe got the blame? It's possible, but to Garth, the report indicates that Gidcombe was fighting a problem on board. Gidcombe's B-17 was one of a number of planes that had been pressed into service as air transport of the Allied Air Forces. The B-17's reuse was a makeshift solution to a simple problem of resources.
Very early on in America's role in the war, the troop carrier groups and the transport units really had to use a bit of a hodgepodge of aircraft. The transport units were kind of right at the very end of the supply chain without all the support of the infrastructure that you would get on the mainland USA. So inevitably, they were forced to sort of make do and mend a bit. And there are plenty of documented accounts of aircraft being severely battle damaged, being shot up, and being patched up and patched up and patched again just to keep them flying. Now, inevitably, if you
you do that, you're going to suffer losses, you're going to suffer problems, big reliability problems.
The plane had been worked hard for the previous year in a role for which it was not designed. It was the perfect example of the make do and mend attitude to the needs of wartime transport. And that brought problems, so was a mechanical issue at the root of the crash.
This B-17 had been grounded at the end of May for an engine replacement. They put in a refurbished engine. That one failed during a test. They put another refurbished engine in, and that engine also failed. Eventually, the general in the Air Transport Command instructed that a new engine should be fitted, and everything went fine once that happened.
Jeff Cunningham, a Mackay schoolboy at the time, remembers watching the plane flight testing the new engines just 2 days before the accident.
What took our attention this particular Friday that we heard it flying around was that the motors didn't sound as though they were synchronised. You get this variation in sound if they're not synchronised properly. And it appeared to us as children that the motor was missing a little bit, or one of them was missing.
Perhaps these replacement engines were to blame. Garth's determined to try and piece together the plane's last moments by talking to local witnesses. What can they tell him? Percy Webb was a 15-year-old butcher's delivery boy at the time, and he remembers seeing the B-17 preparing to fly that morning.
I was down there and delivered the meat, and a hell of a row going on down there with the aircraft, the green crew, or whatever the engine is up. And I could see the flying portals from where I was, and there was flames flying out of the back of it, like backfire, you know, a lot of blue smoke around. So that went on for 3 or 4 minutes, and all quietened down.
Percy watched as Gidcombe, Erb, Ogren, Welshel and the others prepared the B-17 for takeoff.
He taxied out on the main runway, went down there, went down to the northeast, southwest runway. He went down there and he took off. There was no planes flying out the back of the motor.
The B-17 continued to climb, but very sluggishly. As the plane rose into a bank of fog, Gidcombe and Erb lost sight of the ground. Did they realise they were too low to make their 2 left turns back to the airfield? The police report indicated that Gidcombe realised the danger he was in, because in an attempt to penetrate the mist and fog, he turned the plane's landing lights on. The B-17 now made its second turn to line itself up on a direct course for home. A young Ivan Bragg lived with his parents in a house next door to Baker's Creek. He remembers being woken up as the plane thundered just a few metres above his home.
I was asleep in bed at the time, and I heard the noise crash and looked out the window, and here's this big flash. It was pretty close. It could have hit the houses.
Ivan's father, Arnold, was one of the first men to reach the crash site.
There was 2 men that he's seen that were alive. One was walking around the days, and he took that person down to the gate to a lady named Mrs. Harris, and she looked after him for that period. Then he come back and he tried to find the bloke that was jumping around. And he said there was legs and arms and everywhere, and people strung up in trees and burnt bodies.
Sadly, one of the 2 men Arnold Bragg tried to save died before reaching hospital, but the other, Corporal Foy K. Roberts, had had an amazing escape. Emerging from the wreckage with only superficial injuries, it's thought that he survived because he was cushioned from the impact by the bodies of his comrades. Rudy Sabo was a local farm worker. After hearing the plane come down, he and his fellow workers rushed to the crash site, where they were confronted by the terrible scene.
There was a few arms and legs stretched across. Then, of course, I went and had a look at the fuselage. And that's where I seen the bodies. They were all lying head backwards, all facing one way down the tail. 36 of them, about. They were all stacked. I don't know how anybody down the bottom could have lived anyway. All a big, like two football teams and not a murmur. It frightened me, you know? See that many young men, not a murmur. I come home and I said to Mum, "You smell anything, Mum?" She said, "No." I said, "Wash my clothes, I can smell dead men." I went to bed that night, I could still smell it. It wasn't my clothes at all, it was my bloody head.
Amid the wreckage, Rudy spotted something that gives Garth another clue.
The Yanks loved it. They loved our bully beef. They had a box. It must have held a 12 dozen across. It was about 4 foot high, 4 foot this way, 4 foot that way, full to the top. My thoughts then, bloody thing was overloaded.
Garth had already found that the B-17 was heavily loaded and nearing its weight-safe operating limits. Could these extra goodies have made the plane unflyable, or at the very least have left no safety margin if an engine problem developed? The evidence from Rudy and the plane's manifest suggests that the loading may have been a problem, and not just the weight, but also the way the load was distributed. Garth learns that aircraft control in flight is sensitive to the location of its center of gravity. It's called the CG. The CG is the point along the center line of the fuselage where the total weight of the flying aircraft would balance if it was simply suspended. A B-17 CG was concentrated around the bomb bay. If too much weight was distributed to the rear, it could have resulted in the plane being tail-heavy, meaning that it couldn't climb and that it would stall and crash. A similar picture of events to those witnessed on the ground. And there was another witness who gave her version to the Mercury newspaper some 50 years later.
One of those witnesses was then a 17-year-old girl, and the aircraft almost flew over the top of her, and she said that it had flames shooting out from one of the right-hand side engines that almost extended to the tail. And one of the descriptions she made was the scream. She said, had jet engines been around then, it would have sounded like a jet engine. My fellow researcher, Teddy Hanks, during the war had been an engine mechanic. And he speculated that possibly a hydraulic pump could have failed, which was controlling the pitch, and that the pitch went off and the engine over-revved. And there was a radio signal to say that they were turning back. Now, whether they're turning back as a navigational reference or whether they're turning back because they had trouble, there was never any mayday issued.
Teddy Hanks believed the engine condition she was describing was what is called a runaway prop, a term describing a propeller that breaks loose, resulting in a loss of engine power. On the B-17, sometimes a runaway prop even careered back into the fuselage itself. Armed with so many different theories, Garth has travelled back to America to talk to Reed McCosham of the Commemorative Air Force, a man with many years' experience of flying Sentimental Journey, the Air Force's very own B-17. Can Reed help answer some of Garth's questions? Reed explains how challenging it must have been for a young, inexperienced pilot to fly.
Probably the biggest factor in this airplane is very fatiguing. A lot of these older airplanes like this, the loudness, the sound, and the vibration, and the constant monitoring of everything, it over a long flight is going to wear you out. I like to refer to it as a dump truck with wings. Just very stable. You got to manhandle it around when you want it to move, when you want to put it somewhere.
If the plane was a handful to fly under normal circumstances, how did it behave with an engine out?
If we just lose one engine on takeoff, we just climb out at the same speed. So you're just going to climb a little slower, but other than that, it's going to be not that big of a factor now. So if you're light enough, you can fly around with 2 engines. probability of losing both engines. About the only reason I could see for that is either you forgot to put gas in them, or somehow one exploded big enough that somehow it damaged the other one and disabled it. So it's going to be pretty rare. Losing two engines right at takeoff, that's going to be a little tougher to get through. But, you know, it comes down to weight, temperature, performance, aircraft performance, things like that.
If you say had an aircraft like this that was converted to, say, a passenger aircraft, would that change the center of gravity, and would that make the characteristics of the plane completely different by doing that?
You know, it changes it a little. Again, that's a very stable aircraft. You can move the center of gravity quite a bit in this without having any large effect on it.
As they land, Garth considers the conflicting evidence from witnesses about the engine fires. Reed thinks he has an explanation for what the witnesses may have seen.
All right, right here is our wastegate. And as that closes, when we use the turbos for takeoff, it forces the exhaust out this turbine wheel here. And so a big flame would shoot down here under pressure from the exhaust. And and this glows red. And it's quite a sight at night.
And this would be used for takeoff?
Takeoff at high altitudes, and we can turn them on for landing in case we have to go around. We need a lot of boost. It's just to maximize the engine output, give us much more maximum horsepower.
So if someone's never seen these flames before, they're not familiar with this type of aircraft, and they saw this in the sky, they would presume perhaps the engine was on fire?
They could, if you just saw it from one angle. If you saw the plane head on, or if it went right over top of you, you'd see all four of them doing it. But maybe if you're over on just one side of the airplane, you'd probably only see these two. So that might give you a feeling that they could be on fire.
Garth's flight on the B-17 has answered some questions, but also raised new ones. If it's possible that the fire seen by witnesses were flames from the turbochargers, could engine trouble still have been a problem, given that the sound of a runaway prop was heard? Garth has sent all the evidence he's gathered in Australia and America to air safety expert Gary Wan to get his view of what happened. Calling on his 30 years of aviation experience, Gary begins by discounting one of the possible causes.
There was a suggestion the aircraft wasn't properly loaded and that centre of gravity wasn't in the right place, and it may have been tail heavy. If the centre of gravity of the aircraft had been such that it was tail heavy, as soon as the aircraft got airborne, the nose would have risen quite rapidly, and the pilots would have struggled pushing forward on the control column to lower the nose of the aircraft. And this would have been quite apparent from the witnesses. They would have seen the aircraft nose go up, and then it would have tended to fall, possibly falling to the left or right on one wingtip.
Did Gary think the crew were in any way to blame?
There was some fog, a little bit of haze around, and certainly once the pilots got airborne, they may have had issues where they couldn't quite see where the horizon was, and that could have led to disorientation. Certainly in the turn, if the pilot had lost his horizon, he may have turned more steeply than he intended. When an aircraft turns, the speed it needs to fly at to maintain flight will increase. So if the aircraft was just at flying speed, by turning and banking the aircraft, either left or right, the aircraft would have needed to be flying a little bit faster. If it wasn't flying at that speed, in this case, when the aircraft turned, it would have lost height as it turned, effectively stalling in the turn.
Poor piloting skills could have been an issue, but Gary thinks the real answer lies in a combination of factors.
Any accident that you look at, usually there's not one single thing that causes the accident. And you talk about the Swiss cheese effect, where all the holes in the cheese come into alignment at the same time. The accident may have been caused by a number of different factors. It probably wasn't helped by the fact that it was only just light. There was a little bit of fog around. There may have been some loss of power from the engines, bearing in mind the aircraft had just been serviced. It was an old airplane and it was heavily loaded, so possibly it could be all these factors that contributed to the accident. Once again, the Swiss cheese effect.
Facing a problem during takeoff is among a pilot's worst fears. Former RAF and commercial test pilot Chris Roberts explains how, 70 years after the Bakers Creek disaster, pilots must still carefully plan for the same runway emergencies today.
Before You go to the aeroplane, you do all of the calculations to find out what is what we call the most critical point, which is a distance down the runway, and at that point you can either fly or stop. And at that point you have a speed which is called V1. At V1 you make the decision positively, because if you've had an engine failure before V1 you have to stop. If you have an engine failure after V1 you have to fly. If you have had an engine failure, you will fly to another pre-calculated speed called V2, which is the planned climb speed optimally for a single engine failure situation. So the whole procedure is prepared for. These days, the human error has been eliminated by operational procedure. I say eliminated, you can't always eliminate, because there will always be the human factor. So it's still possible these days for a crew to mismanage a basic situation like an engine failure and end up in an unfortunate situation.
Back home after his investigations in the US and Australia, what has Garth concluded about what happened at Baker's Creek?
After receiving Gary's analysis, it pretty much sums up my own thoughts on the accident.
Garth believes that the heavily loaded B-17 suffered some kind of engine failure just after takeoff. With one, if not two, problem engines, the plane simply wasn't able to climb. During the drama that followed, poor visibility prevented the inexperienced Gidcombe and Erb from having visual references with which to judge their two turns back to the safety of the airfield. With already insufficient engine power, the turns further reduced the speed of the B-17. The result was the eventual stall and crash of the aircraft. The two young pilots were put in an impossible position on that misty morning. The switched-on landing lights suggest they knew they were in trouble and were trying their very best to put down at the earliest moment.
Personally, I think the crew did the very best they could with the situation that they were put in. We do not have all the evidence or the facts, and because of that, the definitive cause of the crash will always remain a mystery.
The tireless work of the Memorial Association continues to shed some light on the Baker's Creek disaster. Lynn Tobin was trying to find a picture of the father that she never met when she walked into the Baker's Creek story.
I had no idea whatsoever that my brother Jack had fathered a child.
I think my first question was who in the family was left-handed. Turns out a lot of them were. And then it was fun to see the pictures of Jack, and nice to learn about my birth father. It sort of gives you a, who am I, where do I come from?
When I first saw her, I said, "You are an Ogren, no doubt about it. She's our niece, my niece, and we love her a lot."
An RAF Short Sunderland aircraft thunders over the foggy Scottish Highlands. On board is Prince George, the Duke of Kent, the brother of King George VI. Suddenly, without warning, the plane loses height and slams into the side of a hill known locally as Eagle's Rock. The crash kills everyone on board except for the rear gunner, who's somehow thrown clear of the burning wreck. He's left to wander the misty hillside, dazed, lost, and alone. It seems like a tragic accident, but is there something more to the crash than meets the eye?
There are theories, inevitably, that there were dirty deeds afoot in disposing of him.
For 70 years, the crash that killed the Duke of Kent has been surrounded by mystery. Conspiracy theorists have suggested that he was in fact assassinated. But why? Who could have wanted him dead? And can the riddle ever be solved?
does make you wonder whether his recollections are what's been suggested to him or what he actually remembers.
Allegations of a cover-up remain. Why is it that the official records have never been found? And was the sole survivor silenced by the authorities?
When he came back, he never spoke again.
Can World War II air crash detective Garth Barnard sift through the evidence to discover why a member of the royal family perished on a barren Scottish hillside all those years ago?
You cannot get hold of this, so I'm quite taken aback that it's in front of me now.
For 2 decades, Garth Barnard has been investigating World War II RAF air training crashes. But today, a different kind of mystery has grabbed his attention.
I don't normally get involved with the conspiracy theories and espionage, but the short Sunderland crash that killed the Duke of Kent, there's so much controversy surrounding it that it deserves a closer look.
As the Duke of Kent made himself comfortable inside the short Sunderland seaplane, the Australian pilots, Pilot Officer Sidney Smith and Flight Lieutenant Frank Goyen, prepared for takeoff.
Frank Goyen was reputed to be an excellent pilot and had a very good record during his service. And I think that's probably why he was chosen.
Just after 1 p.m, the aircraft, with 15 men on board, slowly climbed into the cloudy sky. It was going to fly the Duke to begin a morale-boosting tour of the RAF base at Reykjavik in Iceland. The planned route would take the Sunderland from RAF Alnays at Invergordon, up the east coast of Scotland to the Butt of Lewis, where it would fix its position, leave the Scottish coast and head across the North Sea to Iceland.
The Sunderland was flying up the east coast of Scotland when it would appear that the pilot decided to take a shortcut by literally cutting off the corner. Unfortunately, the weather conditions were deteriorating to such an extent that the cloud was literally covering all of the hills and the mountainsides, so they became invisible.
Goyen and his crew had been prepared for broken cloud, but suddenly the plane was engulfed by a thick soup of fog and mist. Even in the gloom, people on the ground could tell that the Sunderland was flying perilously close to the hills of Caithness. And then, tragedy. Goyen's Sunderland smashed into Eagles Rock, a hill less than 3 miles from the coast. The plane, still completely full with fuel for the long trip, burst into flames on impact, creating a scene of utter devastation.
It ploughed in by the nose and the aircraft pushed in front of it a huge volume of peat and heather until it could push it no further. It then flipped over, broke, and the fuel exploded and a huge fire started, giving the occupants of the aircraft no chance.
The King's brother lay dead, but the mystery of Eagles Rock had only just begun.
So was it a tragic accident or was it something more? Was it the status of the Duke of Kent that sort of people thought he couldn't perish in such an accident? Or was there a plot to kill him? Was he really visiting Iceland? Or was it a cover story for a secret mission or something? I really need to find out the truth.
Garth begins by finding out more about the Duke himself. Why on earth would anybody want to kill him? Prince George, Duke of Kent, was just 39 at the time of the crash. In his role as Air Commodore in the welfare section of RAF Inspector General's staff, the Duke routinely made visits to RAF stations to meet with servicemen and women. He was himself a qualified pilot. The Duke of Kent was certainly a glamorous character, and he was immensely popular with the general public. But rumours were swirling that the Duke's private life was not quite all it seemed.
The Duke of Kent was in fact the brother of King Edward VIII, who clearly abdicated. He was also the brother of King George VI. And in the run-up period to the Second World War, he did get involved in a few sort of escapades that raised eyebrows officially, and I'm sure at Buckingham Palace as well. His sexual orientation was open to some question at the time, and he got involved in a few scrapes along the way and affairs with quite notable people of the period, apparently, allegedly with Noel Coward and also with Barbara Cartland. So there were some fairly big names involved with him. So he kind of scandalised high society to an extent in the run-up period to the Second World War.
A decadent past was one thing, but it was the Duke's alleged political leanings that some feel marked him out as a target for the British authorities.
Like his brother, Edward VIII, who visited Hitler in Germany pre-war, there were very strong suggestions, and possibly more than that the Duke of Kent had similar leanings, and therefore, things like that were clearly very uncomfortable with the British establishment, particularly at this time in the war. There was this supposed Nazi link, and therefore, we need to get rid of this chap because actually, he's a bit of a problem.
So was the Duke pro-Nazi, or as some have suggested, trying to broker a peaceful end to a war which was not going well for the British at the time? Whatever the truth, the Duke's life seemed full of complexities. Garth is beginning to see why the crash has attracted so many conspiracy theories. A search through his usually reliable sources and thorough archives has drawn a blank. For such a famous case, there's precious little official evidence.
I just can't seem to find any official information on the crash. And without that information, it was easy to see why there are conspiracy theories and how they come about with just such little information available, especially with something as sensitive as the Duke of Kent being on board. Maybe the official records are lost. Maybe they've been lost on purpose or embargoed. Who knows? But are the authorities trying to hide something here? Maybe there's some kind of cover-up.
Could there really have been a plot to kill the Duke? It seems fanciful, but it was no secret that he, like many other members of the British establishment, had had regular contact with notable German figures before the outbreak of war. His elder brother Edward, who had abdicated the throne in 1936, had even been an advocate of a peace treaty with Hitler. Edward had been dispatched to the Bahamas to keep him out of trouble. But was it felt that the Duke of Kent might present the authorities with a similar political problem? To try and find out more, Garth journeys up to Scotland. Why exactly was Prince George going to Iceland?
The role of the RAF in Iceland during World War II was partly as a staging post between North America and the UK, but it was partly, more importantly perhaps, as a base for maritime patrol. It was somewhere from where they could keep an eye on the North Atlantic and, to some extent, the North Sea.
Like all members of the royal family during the war, the Duke's movements were a closely guarded secret. Those entrusted with his safety were men whose war was fought well away from the gaze of the public, in the skies over the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Flying their short Sunderlands and Catalina flying boats, they played a deadly game of cat and mouse with the German U-boats that were a constant menace to the vital convoys supplying Britain. They were called Coastal Command.
It was obviously dangerous from the point of view that they had to fly in all weather. Regardless what the weather conditions were, they had a job to do, which was to protect the convoys and also to do anti-submarine patrols. So they had no option. It wasn't a matter of just fair weather flying. But it was, it was away on the coast. People didn't know an awful lot about it. And of course, where the bases were very heavily restricted. You couldn't come in and out as you liked. And the result of that was that people didn't hear very much about Coastal Command, but they did a very essential job making sure that the convoys got where they were going as safely as possible.
One of the bases controlled by Coastal Command was RAF Oban on the west coast of Scotland. To get there, Garth crosses Oban Harbour to the Isle of Kerrera. It was here that short Sunderland W4026, flown by Frank Goyen and his crew, was based. As one of the most experienced pilots in Coastal Command, it was the Australians' job to get Prince George safely to Iceland.
he would pick the crew that he felt supported him as best as possible. So his members in the aircraft would be probably his best choice to fly with him to do all the ancillary duties that were required. But he had a very good reputation as a pilot, so that was probably why he was chosen to do that particular flight.
Also flying that day was Goyen's boss at 228 Squadron, Wing Commander Thomas Moseley. Moseley was another expert pilot and navigator, and as commander of the squadron, he felt that he should be on the flight to accompany their VIP guest. So a crack team had been assembled for the Duke's flight, which was to be made in one of the RAF's most reliable aircraft. It was the workhorse of Coastal Command, the Short Sunderland flying boat.
The Short Sunderland flying boat was really the right aircraft at the right time for RAF Coastal Command. It was a brilliant design. It was a 4-engined, high-wing, stressed skin flying boat. And it's kind of what it says on the tin, a flying boat. The fuselage has a boat hull, which means the aircraft doesn't need to depend on airfields with conventional runways. It can land and take off from water, so it could operate even from quite rough seas. Bear in mind, though, that the Sunderland was a big aeroplane, so it didn't have a fighter-style climb rate. You could open the throttles and ask it to climb. It would take a while to get there, and for that reason, it was pretty undesirable to fly over mountainous regions.
Garth leaves Kerrera to trace the story of the Sunderland's last few days. On Sunday, 23rd of August, Goyen's Sunderland leaves Oban to fly up the Caledonian Canal towards Invergordon, where they were to meet the Duke and fly on to Iceland. As Garth walks along the shore from where the Duke took off on the 25th of August 1942, he considers one fascinating theory. Was the Duke really going to Iceland, or was it somewhere else? The normal route would have taken the Prince along the Scottish seacoast, keeping over water. So how and why did he end up inland? One controversial theory is that the Duke was going to meet Hitler's deputy, Rudolf Hess.
One of the theories that's been advanced for the death of the Duke of Kent is that, in fact, he was on this so-called special mission. And the truth of that special mission was that, in fact, he was taking Rudolf Hess somewhere. And Rudolf Hess had arrived in 1941 under bizarre circumstances. He bailed out of a Messerschmitt 110 over Scotland, wanting to come and apparently make peace overtures to the British. And there's certainly a great deal of mystery and debate and confusion, if you like, about the real story behind Rudolf Hess. And one of the stranger elements of the suggestions that have been made is that, in fact, Rudolf Hess had been smuggled up to Scotland after his arrival there in 1941 and was actually being picked up by the Duke of Kent and flown somewhere on the Sunderland for some purpose that nobody has really come up with an answer for.
So what of the Hess connection? The Duke was in the vicinity of Hess's famous landing in Scotland the year before. And one theory has it that he was there to meet Hess as part of a British peace party. Hess's capture denied the chance of that meeting ever taking place. But could the Duke have been using the cover of a trip to Iceland to finally rendezvous with Hess? The authors of a recent book alleged that the Duke was to pick up Hess from Lochmoor, which is approximately 10 miles from the crash site, and then fly to neutral Sweden to conduct peace negotiations with the German delegation there. It's an intriguing theory, which could explain the plane's incursion inland. To add to the mystery, the Duke was allegedly carrying a leather briefcase which was handcuffed to his wrist. What could have been inside the case?
Clearly there was some sensitivity to the loss of the Duke of Kent on lots of levels. And I suppose that with someone that high profile and with, if you like, albeit that he was royal with a slightly murky past, there are theories, inevitably, that there were dirty deeds afoot in disposing of him. And in fact, there are certain bits of information that are not yet in the public domain. And I suppose all of this feeds into, if you like, the conspiracy theorists who want to suggest or like to suggest that he was effectively murdered by the British establishment to get him out of the way.
Around lunchtime on Tuesday, 25th of August, 1942, the Duke and his entourage walked down to the jetty to board the Sunderland. The plane slipped its moorings at 12:50. 20 minutes later, it climbed into the sky. Around 30 minutes after that, the Duke of Kent was dead. For Garth, there's plenty of speculation, but a frustrating lack of official documents. The British archives have not given him any information. But what about those of another country? With Australian crew members on board, could Australian war records be any more helpful?
Well, I've just accessed, or in the process of accessing the National Archives of Australia to see if I can find anything there on Goyen. I'm searching for Goyen, and there's nothing here, not that's available to look at.
With no luck in finding out any more about Goyen, Garth turns his attention to the second pilot, Sidney Smith.
Well, it looks like I've found all the official data. There's 87 pages, so there's quite a bit to go through. It's fascinating stuff. Details on him, a bit of personal background, lots of rubber stamps, as you'd expect. And we have the Court of Inquiry investigation, which I didn't think was available. There's been obviously lots of talk that this you cannot get hold of this. So I'm quite taken aback that it's in front of me now. This is the key to who was doing what, who was on board, who was flying, who was at the controls at the time of the aircraft, or hopefully who was at the time of the controls, and make all the confirmations of who's who and where they were and what they were doing. This is key.
At last, Garth has the elusive document in his hands. Can it answer a fundamental question? Who exactly was at the controls that day? Because a startling fact comes to light. It is Wing Commander Moseley who is listed as first pilot. According to the document, Sidney Smith was not at the controls that day.
I'm just looking at this report now to try and ascertain who was at the controls when it crashed. Initially, it says that the pilot was Goyen. It states that quite clearly. But Goyen is also listed as the captain. There's also the first pilot, which is Moseley, and second pilot, Smith. But on the next page, it says here that first pilot Moseley is listed at the top, not second, where I'd expect Goyen to be at the top. But actually, Moseley is at the top, which may suggest he was at the controls.
The report contains many witness statements from people connected with the flight, including meteorologists and maintenance staff, but also the surviving rear gunner, Andrew Jack.
Reading through this further, I'm looking at witness statements now. Just got Andy Jacks in front of me. He's being asked questions at who was at the controls of the aircraft. Why would they be asking that? I'm not so sure at this point. But I also find his answers that he's giving to be very yes, no, rather than not sure, because obviously what he went through with the crash.
Even though Jack's evidence lacks detail, Garth believes that it raises some doubt as to who was actually present in the cockpit. Why else would it have asked who was in the second pilot's seat? Was it Moseley, Smith, or even the Duke himself? With no evidence of any mechanical problems, the Court of Inquiry report lays the blame squarely at the door of Captain Goyen. It concludes that he changed his flight plan for reasons unknown, and that this sudden lack of judgment was quite unpredictable. As far as they were concerned, case closed, except that Garth has uncovered another surprising detail.
I'm looking now at the Court of Inquiry, or the summary of the Court of Inquiry, and I've got the commanding officer saying that it's a non-operational flight and it should not have been carried out. And I've got another comment below that from the group commander saying he concurs with the findings. However, it should have presented no difficulty to the crew of such experience. Now, I've seen a lot of these, and I have never seen that where a group commander who would concur 1 minute would sort of stay that over the top of the commanding officer. I find that very, very strange. Very strange.
The Scottish weather is notorious, especially over high terrain. So could the weather have played a part?
When the Sunderland crashed into the mountainside, the visibility was very poor. Effectively, the aircraft was flying in cloud with nil visibility, and the pilot just didn't see the mountainside. Now, aircraft flying into mountains and high ground in the United Kingdom or anywhere, come to that matter, during the Second World War were a very, very common occurrence. It happened all the time, and what you have to bear in mind is that the navigation on these aircraft at that time was pretty basic. There were no electronic aids. It was all down to, if you like, the Mark I eyeball, maps, and dead reckoning, and that kind of navigation. And they were very susceptible to weather conditions, and when the weather could change very, very quickly in any case, particularly in those sort of mountainous regions in Scotland. So it was not an unusual event. There were many, many aircraft that flew into mountains in very, very similar circumstances. I suppose the only unusual factor in this particular crash was the high profile of one of the passengers on board.
Officially then, the crash was caused by pilot error and poor weather. However, Garth believes that the Court of Inquiry report still doesn't offer a full explanation for the crash. He thinks the difference of opinion on the weather conditions by two senior officials is symptomatic of the court's findings. It presents an outwardly straightforward case, but beyond the official language, a more confused picture emerges. The questions still remain. Was it Goyen who was at the controls that afternoon? And if so, how did a vastly experienced pilot come to make such a terrible error of judgment? If it was Goyen flying the plane, was he following orders to take the Duke's party to a secret rendezvous inland? Was the pilot actually Wing Commander Moseley? Or could the Duke himself have been flying the aircraft? Garth has now travelled up the east coast to try and reach the remote crash site and has enlisted the help of local rambler Jeff Leet. After a punishing few hours walking the hills, Garth can see how steeply the land rises from the sea. What was a seaplane doing so low over such hilly ground? In the shadow of the Eagles Rock crash site, Jeff tells Garth more about the plane's last moments.
The area behind is Eagles Rock, and you can see the monument, which more or less marks the spot where the Sunderland splattered itself on the hilltop. And there's absolutely nothing left of the plane now, not surprisingly. It was a long time ago. It would have flown in more or less above us where we're standing.
So we're directly above us?
Pretty well, yes.
What sort of visibility, sort of distance-wise, was it at that time?
Very poor, I would think. I would think they'd no idea they were over the hills, or they would have been somewhere else.
So with the height where the actual aircraft crashed into Eagles Rock, how much, I mean, the topography of the land, how did the land lie? Could they have missed it? I mean...
It's about 800 feet high, and if they'd been going, 50 foot higher, they'd have missed it. But there's another 900 foot high one hump just a little beyond, so they were in bad trouble.
They were in bad trouble.
Yeah. I'm told there's a groove.
There's a groove in the ground?
A groove left in the ground.
OK, should we go and have a look?
Let's see if we can find the groove.
Garth imagines the plight of the survivor of the crash, Flight Sergeant Andrew Jack. Jack was in the rear turret of the plane, and he was thrown clear as the burning Sunderland flipped over. Jack was believed killed until he emerged from the foggy hillside a full 24 hours after the plane came down. Garth and Jeff eventually reached the crash site.
We've made our way to the monument. We've got here now. So whereabouts was the actual impact point?
Well, the impact point appears to be sort of diagonally back there. There's a big depression, and the scatter of all the bits and pieces of the plane spread up here. And,
in this direction here?
In that direction. And presumably the tail gunner, Jack, was sort of thrown clear in that general direction. And that's where I gather the Duke's body was found, and that's where there's now a little monument recording this sad spot.
With the debris in this direction, is there any debris left over there to see?
Well, very little to see. You've got it's now being cleared a little as the rain has washed away some of the vegetation. So some tiny bits, tiny fragments are appearing.
When you get up to such a desolate spot and you actually reach the monument and you see the names on it, it's quite poignant, you know, the loss of the crew up here, and yeah, it really brings it home to you.
The crash site itself spawned yet more rumours, one of which held that strange items, including women's clothing and alcohol, were discovered in the wreckage. With the Duke's alleged wild ways in mind, one theory was that the crew was drunk, and even there was an unknown lady on board. Garth also learns that many RAF crews operated an unofficial sideline in the export of certain desirable but hard-to-get goods.
For RAF personnel based in Iceland during the war, even though it's a beautiful country, they probably wouldn't have appreciated that very much, and they would have felt they were at the back end of empire. So any creature comforts, little luxuries like perhaps a bottle of illicit whiskey or some extra cigarettes or something like that would have been very much appreciated to alleviate the considerable tedium of serving up there. And of course, it was the pilots that just quietly would tend to bring this stuff in for them.
The visit to the crash site has helped Garth to dismiss the so-called Hess theory. The alleged Lockmore pickup point is to the northwest of Eagles Rock. The plane came down on the southeastern face of the hill. If it had landed there and was returning to its original route to either Iceland or Sweden, then surely the plane would have hit from the north or west. For that reason, many believe that the Hess theory just doesn't add up.
In my view, it's complete nonsense that Rudolf Hess was on that aircraft and he'd been picked up by the Duke of Kent. If that was the case and Rudolf Hess was killed on board that particular Sunderland, then who on earth was the Rudolf Hess that was in prison and later went to the Nuremberg war trials and spent the rest of his life in prison? And again, there are lots of conspiracy theorists who say, well, actually, it wasn't really Rudolf Hess, it was somebody else. So there's lots of conspiracy theories that kind of feed into this one of the Duke of Kent.
Although there seems little hard evidence to back up the more colourful theories about the crash, the fact remains that the Sunderland was way off course. There must have been a more conventional reason for the accident. 5 miles away from the crash site in the coastal town of Dunbeath, Garth meets George Bethune. George's father was a local policeman who, together with colleague James Sutherland, rushed up to the crash site on the day.
They cycled up to what we call the gravel pit, and they could smell. The fog was thick, but my father said you could smell it. It was in an awful state, it was still burning, and they had to look at all the bodies and everything else. So, of course, both being soldiers from the First World War, they knew that the person would have identified disc on his wrist, his left wrist, and they looked, and my father said, even to his dying day, I've never forgotten what was on the disc. HRS, Duke of Kent, the Coppins, Bucks, England. So they knew who it was.
George's father found the Duke with the mysterious briefcase still handcuffed to his wrist.
The briefcase had burst open, and my father said that kroner notes, 100 kroner notes, was flying around the site. He never actually said that they came out of the briefcase. He inferred that they'd come out of the briefcase. But I'm absolutely certain that it was not because of the kroner notes that the Duke would have had the briefcase. His equerry would have carried the notes. So there must have been something in the briefcase that he was carrying that he didn't want to leave his person.
The discovery of Swedish krona at the crash site lends some weight to the theory that the Duke may have been heading to Sweden, not Iceland. Or was there another explanation for the money being on the flight?
There could be a perfectly rational explanation to that, because Although Swedish krona were of no use in Iceland at that time, neutral Sweden was doing business at that time with Britain, with the United Kingdom. I don't know, I mean, it's just a theory, but maybe the Duke of Kent was to make a money drop on behalf of the British government to a Swedish representative in Iceland. So there could be lots of reasons for that.
George also has more intriguing information about the survivor, Andrew Jack. It came direct from Jack's own mother.
The first few days, he was quite open about what had happened. But on the Saturday morning, people arrived from the south, and she said she never forgot the bed had wheels, and they took the bed, wheeled it along, burst open the door with it away to a quiet corner. And when he came back, he never spoke again about the crash site. His brother, who was a sergeant in I think the Scots Guards at the time, he visited on the Saturday with his mother and his sister. He said that Jack said, "I can't say anything about the crash. I have now signed the Official Secrets Act." And his brother looked at him and said, "With hands like that, how could you sign it?" "Oh," he said, they held my hand."
Andrew Jack himself never officially spoke about the crash, except to agree with the official version of events. Once he'd recovered from his injuries, he was posted to Gibraltar, but several visits made to him by the Duke's wife, Princess Marina, only added to the suspicion that he knew more about the crash than he told the Court of Inquiry. One thing Jack certainly never confirmed was the belief that the Duke himself was flying the plane. Despite all this, George has a more mundane answer as to why the Sunderland turned inland.
Our records that we discovered a few years ago of the people that sat down on the headland there, spotting and recording everything that happened in the air and the sea, showed that many of the aircraft didn't follow the official route, but cut in over the lowlands of Caithness. And of course, Admiral Sinclair, who owned Dunbeath Estate at that time, living in the castle, he always said, "Oh my, they just turned in too soon." In other words, where they turned in was perhaps 2 miles too soon.
Some believe that the Sunderland was simply blown off course. For such a thing to happen would have been unusual, and the strength of the wind that day was not enough to blow the plane 13 to 15 degrees off course. But those with local knowledge say that it's not impossible.
Some people have looked at this in great detail from the records of the strength of the wind at Wick. I have spoken to a couple of old fishermen who know the Burnie Firth like the back of their hand, and they've pointed out the strength of the wind at Wick is not necessarily the strength of the wind up here or near Alness. It could have been far gustier. So, yes, they could have been.
As he leaves Scotland, Garth considers an investigation which is full of inconsistencies. On the one hand, the conspiracy theories and rumours can mostly be disproved or explained. But on the other, there are still mysteries. Why was the Duke carrying a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist, for example? If he was carrying out some sort of secret negotiations with the Germans, was it with the blessing of the British government? Or did it dramatically silence him? Again, it seems fanciful, but with allegations of an assassination attempt by British intelligence services on French leader Charles de Gaulle later emerging, perhaps it's not so easily dismissed, particularly as the de Gaulle allegations involve the sabotage of his plane.
When you get an accident of the kind that befell the Duke of Kent, and that then breeds conspiracy theories, those theories are generally based upon exceptional claims. And in order to substantiate those, you need exceptional evidence. But whenever a high-profile person dies, it doesn't matter whether it's John F. Kennedy or Michael Jackson. If there are slightly odd or unusual circumstances surrounding their death, then the conspiracy theories inevitably will be born.
So was it accident or assassination? Garth has sent the Eagle Rock evidence to air safety expert Gary Wan to see if he can come up with an explanation for what happened. He begins by addressing the conspiracy theories.
As far as conspiracy theories go, it's always easy to come up with a story, particularly if something's happened with a VIP or with an aircraft and the accident isn't investigated probably as much as it might be. But I think really it's unlikely that there's any conspiracy involved. It's just too random an event really for that to be the case.
Gary also feels that the Court of Inquiry into Andy Jack's evidence leaves something to be desired.
The Court of Inquiry findings and the accident report are quite thin. There isn't a lot of detail, and certainly I would have expected them to look into a lot more detail. And certainly if it was being done today, there'd be far more investigation with regards to the wreckage, where it was, how it had hit the ground, whether or not the engines were performing as they should be. And I think, again, they would have looked into who was on the flight deck and who was flying the airplane, something they didn't really touch on at all. The evidence from the survivor to the Court of Inquiry was key in deciding what caused the accident, or at least letting the Court of Inquiry judge what caused the accident. It's quite interesting, the survivor seems to have clear recollections of some part of the accident, the aircraft descending, people talking on the intercom. But it's not unusual in these cases for the survivor to have no recollection whatsoever, and it does make you wonder whether his recollections are what's been suggested to him or what he actually remembers, bearing in mind he did have large blanks about the accident itself. They wanted to sort out what the cause was quite quickly. The evidence coming from him was key, and it may have been a case that they suggested to him what might have happened, and that was what he came up with and what went into the report.
The Sunderland had an experienced crew and even a primitive form of radar for detecting coastlines and submarines. So how does Gary explain the navigational error that saw them fly into Eagles Rock?
Even though the weather wasn't particularly good, the flight was a routine flight, so there was a possibility that the navigation was being done in a quite straightforward fashion. They departed on a known heading, they allowed for the wind, they probably descended below the cloud over the sea, so it was just a case of turning inland at a point they wanted to shorten the route, and maybe even had the coast in sight. But it doesn't necessarily mean the radar was switched on, the navigators were sitting watching the maps. Because it was such a routine flight, that may have led them into a degree of complacency, which could lead to a mistake being made. It's happened in the past where a pilot conducting a flight they've done many times before, in an aircraft they've flown many times before, has made a very simple but costly mistake.
From the evidence, what does Gary think happened to the short Sunderland?
I believe the accident may have been caused when the pilot descended over the sea quite safely and then turned to cut the corner, fly over land over the north of Scotland, and was just caught out by the weather conditions and the low cloud. As the aircraft was routing to the northeast, depending on the weather conditions at the time, the pilot may have elected either to try and climb above the cloud or descend down below it. If he was going to descend below it, the safest thing to do would be descend over the sea. If there'd been an onshore wind, then the aircraft may have been more to the west than they thought. So when they descended and turned to the northwest, there's a chance they weren't quite where they thought they were, and they may have been surprised by the high ground as they descended through the cloud. The fact that there was one survivor from the aircraft, who was the tail gunner, suggests that when the aircraft hit the hill, it was a fairly glancing blow. So there's a very good chance that the pilot did come out the bottom of the cloud or saw the rising ground as flying towards it and tried to pull the aircraft up above the hill. Didn't quite make it, and the aircraft hit the hill at a fairly shallow angle. Wasn't an unusual occurrence. It happened then, and it still happens today. It's known as controlled flight into terrain.
Could there have been another factor that contributed to the controlled flight into terrain? With Goyen's superior as first pilot, and even the allegation that the Duke himself could have been flying, a modern military term called cross-cockpit gradient may have played a part in the tragedy. Former RAF and commercial test pilot Chris Roberts explains more.
If you're in a military environment, you've got a VIP on board, and he has an aviation experience, then it was quite normal, and indeed still is quite normal, for them to be allowed to do a little bit of the flying. And the problem then comes for the other pilot immediately engaged in one of the two seats, the tact and the diplomacy and the perceived ability he's got to intervene as readily and as quickly as he may need. There was another accident which is much more recent, where a Vulcan coming back from an overseas trip into Heathrow, which was being flown by an air marshal, ended up crashing And the person who was blamed, quite rightly, was not the air marshal, but the other pilot at the front of the Vulcan who should have prevented the accident. One of the aspects could well have been that adverse gradient, whereas a lowly person, you don't want to jump in on a much more important person and intervene as soon as you should.
Back at home, Garth has reached his own conclusions about what actually happened to the Duke of Kent's aircraft. Garth believes that the weather was mostly to blame.
The weather in Vergorden was good for takeoff, but the visibility deteriorated badly as they reached the area of Dunbeath.
Garth thinks that the Sunderland crew intended to shorten their journey by cutting across the lowlands of Caithness, but that a southeasterly wind blew the aircraft off course.
As crews regularly did this, then they probably thought it wasn't dangerous, but unfortunately for Goyen or Moseley, when they popped down below the clouds to assess their position, they realised it was too late, pulled up, but by that time they'd already crashed into Eagles Rock.
As with so many famous incidents, some people have inevitably looked for sensational reasons for the Duke's death. But Garth feels that the conspiracy theories don't stand up to scrutiny.
In my opinion, there's way too much fantasy surrounding this crash. If the British really wanted the Duke of Kent assassinated in a plane crash, it would have been on bomb on board over the North Sea or something like that. Why would you risk an accident on a mountainside where people could survive, which they did, and where there's plenty of witnesses that could see what actually happened? No, not for me.
It's Garth's view that the Duke and the others who died with him were just the victims of a tragic accident. With that said, he concedes that some aspects of the crash don't have a complete explanation.
What was in the Duke's briefcase and why did he have it? Was there Swedish money in there? What was that for? Who was actually flying the plane? Was Goyen flying the plane and his boss Moseley then took over? Perhaps he didn't like what he was doing or how he was doing it? Who knows? We'll perhaps never know. Even if the crash was an accident, I'm open to the fact that the Duke may have been on some sort of covert or secret mission. It's one mystery that will never be explained.
RAF B-24 Liberator transport plane prepares to take off from the British overseas territory of Gibraltar. Among those on board is Władysław Sikorski, the Polish Prime Minister and Commander-in-Chief of the Polish Army. The Liberator rumbles down the runway and rises into the night sky. Just 16 seconds later, the aircraft plunges into the sea. The pilot miraculously survives, but everyone else on board the plane, including Sikorski himself, is dead. Was it a tragic accident, or was the crash the result of a sinister plot to have the Polish Prime Minister killed?
There were a number of people for whom General Sikorski at that time was, if you like, an irritant.
The death of Sikorski is surrounded by extraordinary tales of espionage and dark allegations of murder.
Wartime Gibraltar was a real hotbed for espionage.
But who could have wanted to silence Poland's wartime leader?
They were very angry and they blamed Sikorski.
Could the pilot have actually been an assassin?
And they only recover one person alive, the pilot.
Or was it all just a straightforward case of mechanical failure?
The only thing that I can really think of that would cause an issue with that is if the control lock stuck.
After being granted unique access to the current Polish investigation into the incident, can World War II air crash detective Garth Barnard sift through the evidence to finally discover the truth about Sikorski's last flight?
I think this crash is probably the trickiest crash I've ever had to look into.
For more than 2 decades, Garth Barnard has been investigating World War II RAF air training crashes. But this case is slightly different. The mysterious death of General Sikorski is of special interest to him.
The Liberator crash in Gibraltar, which killed General Sikorski, has never satisfactorily been explained. There's so much speculation as to the cause of the crash. I just need to find out some more.
Lieutenant General Sir Frank Noel Mason MacFarlane, the governor of Gibraltar, bids Władysław Sikorski, his daughter Zofia Lechniowska, and their entourage farewell. The Polish party is leaving Gibraltar after a short stay there. After travelling from the Middle East, their final destination is London, where the Polish government is in exile.
Many historians and many people said that Sikorski was vain, that it was important for him to be famous, to spend time with French and then with British politicians, to take photos with them, and that it was something what was very important for him, that he sometimes concentrated more on this kind of activity, not on politics.
As General Sikorski and his fellow passengers make themselves comfortable for the nighttime flight, in the cockpit the plane's experienced Czech pilot, Flight Lieutenant Eduard Prahl, and his co-pilot, Squadron Leader Kip Herring, are running through their pre-flight checks and warming the aircraft's engines for takeoff.
He was a very experienced pilot, but he has often, across the years, been accused of, in effect, being the assassin, the person who caused the death deliberately of General Sikorski.
The checks take 20 minutes, and Governor MacFarlane and his party wait patiently in the cold night air. At last, the Liberator's engines light up, and the heavy bomber begins to rumble down the runway.
The Liberator was considered a pretty reliable aircraft in flying terms. It was okay for handling, a bit heavy, wasn't fantastically responsive to the controls, according to many pilots.
In the darkness, those on the ground can just make out the plane lumbering into the air. It rises for a couple of 100 feet, but then starts to descend. However, the governor is not alarmed. Having flown with Prahl a number of times, he's used to the pilot's unusual takeoff technique, which involves climbing steeply and then pushing the nose of the aircraft down to pick up more airspeed before making a second climb to cruising altitude. But this time something has gone wrong. 16 seconds into the flight, Prahl pulls back on the controls to begin his main climb, but nothing happens. The controls are jammed. Realizing to his horror that they're about to crash, Prahl screams to his passengers to brace for impact. Moments before hitting the water, Prahl cuts the engines and the aircraft plunges into the sea. Floodlights are switched on and a frantic search for the drowned plane begins. A small dinghy races out of the crash site, but finds only the shocked and injured pilot floating alongside 2 corpses. They are those of Brigadier J.P. Whiteley, a British Member of Parliament, and Sikorski himself. In all, 16 people die that night, but 5 of the bodies, including that of Sikorski's daughter, are never found.
So was this crash an unfortunate accident, or was it an assassination? With so many wild stories concerning the death of General Sikorski, are we ever going to find out what actually happened? And why are the Polish authorities still investigating this crash 70 years later?
Garth needs to find out more about General Sikorski. Why did he play such an important role in the Polish government during World War II? Garth learns that 62-year-old Sikorski was Prime Minister of the Polish government, who'd been driven into exile in London after the Nazi invasion of Poland on the 1st of September 1939, and the subsequent Russian invasion 17 days later. A charismatic man, Sikorski was the figurehead of the Polish struggle against the German and Russian occupations, but relations with his British, American and Soviet allies were not always easy.
In July 1941, Sikorski signed the treaty with the Soviet Union. It is so-called Sikorski-Maisky Treaty, and it regained political relationships with the Soviet Union. And thousands of Polish people were let free by the Soviets. But after January 1943, they weren't able to leave the Soviet Union because Stalin started to treat them as the Soviet citizens, so it was impossible to leave the Soviet state.
Churchill and Stalin had agreed to carve up Poland, basically, post the war, and therefore a fly in the ointment, if you like, was Sikorski, because this is not what he wanted. He wanted a free Poland after the Second World War. This is all that he'd fought for.
Garth has travelled to Gibraltar to visit the scene of the crash. As he visits the memorial to Sikorski, Garth begins to consider the theory that Sikorski was assassinated. He has his starting point, the grim discovery in April 1943 of the graves of 22,000 Polish officers who'd allegedly been murdered by the Russians in 1940. The incident created an enormous diplomatic crisis on the Allied side. Sikorski demanded a Red Cross investigation into the mass killing of his countrymen. In response, Russia broke off all diplomatic ties with the Poles, while the British government, who were anxious to keep the Russians fully on side, turned a blind eye to it all. Could Sikorski's angry response to what was called the Katyn massacre have been a reason to have him killed?
I suppose it could be said that there were a number of factions at that time for whom it would have been extremely convenient if General Sikorski was out of the way, and that included the British at that particular time for various reasons, the Poles themselves, some factions within the Polish community, the Germans obviously, and also the Russians. So there were a number of people for whom General Sikorski at that time was, if you like, an irritant.
Sikorski heard that numerous soldiers in the Middle East in army of General Anders became his opposition. This army was consisted mainly of soldiers whose homeland was on the eastern part of Poland, so they were very anti-Soviet. And when they heard that their relatives have no chance to leave the Soviet Union, they were very disappointed. They were very angry, and they blamed Sikorski, and he decided to visit them and to ensure them that everything is going right. And after this visit, he had a short visit in Gibraltar, and this accident happened.
So there were many who might have had a motive for murdering Sikorski, and Gibraltar may have been an ideal location.
Wartime Gibraltar was a real hotbed for espionage, really because of its strategic position. Right on the Straits of Gibraltar, it was a very important British base because it controlled access to the Mediterranean.
Within days of the accident, the British authorities launched a court of inquiry into the crash. With the pilot adamant that his controls had jammed, the investigation included a number of attempts to retrieve the wreckage from the sea. The authorities even tested another Liberator to see if the problems Pral had described could be replicated. They couldn't.
The crash was almost certainly investigated a little more thoroughly than perhaps would have been the case if it had just been any old crew who died in that accident. So the investigation was relatively thorough. The wreckage was recovered from the sea, and it was investigated by RAF engineering officers who were skilled at looking at this type of accident. And their conclusion was that there appeared to be absolutely nothing that they could find wrong with the aircraft.
The report's findings only seemed to deepen the Sikorski mystery. It agreed with the pilot's version of events and absolved him of blame for the accident. An official Air Ministry statement about the Court of Inquiry's findings concluded the court was unable to determine how the jamming occurred, but it reached the conclusion that there was no question of sabotage. To the Polish, the court's findings were unacceptable.
They didn't know the cause, but how could they rule out sabotage? So immediately you have a discrepancy there. And it's that discrepancy that the conspiracy theorists, if you like, have clung to, and equally the Poles, who were very unwilling to accept the reasons for the crash. It's that particular fact as well that for them was very, very difficult. That on the one hand, we don't know the reasons for the crash, but we can say that it isn't sabotage.
Garth has managed to obtain a copy of the official Court of Inquiry report into Sikorski's death. He searches through the document for the inconsistencies that so alarmed the Polish government.
It's very hard to read this document without bearing in mind all the conspiracy theories that accompany this case. But we'll try to examine this from a purely neutral perspective.
Garth starts by examining the court's lines of inquiry. Firstly, it checked for any load and balance issue which may have made the plane uncontrollable in flight, but found there were none, because the plane had flown with almost the exact same weight and distribution the day before without problems. Next, the court examined the aircraft's controls.
The pilot always maintained that the controls somehow jammed in flight. His theory being that they remained locked on takeoff. This has happened once before to a Liberator, and that witness stated that the aircraft never made it off the runway.
As was common in many aircraft, the Liberator's controls were locked once parked. This prevented damage being caused to the elevators and other control surfaces should there be unexpected windy conditions. A system of metal pins locked the controls in place.
The controls are locked with a big strap you can hardly avoid in the cockpit. You can see that here in the Liberator's manual, but the court does investigate this and whether the locking system could be engaged even after the crew had taken the strap off. The investigators state that there was no evidence of damage to the control system, but they specifically asked one witness whether the system could actually be locked in flight. The report asks, if the locking pins had been engaged at the moment of impact, what would you have expected to find? And the witness stated, signs of shearing or bending of the locking pins. So it seems they can find no evidence to support the pilot's claim that somehow the controls were jammed. So how can they claim that there was no sabotage when they haven't even found a cause for the jamming?
Garth has found his first inconsistency in the report, and there are more mysteries.
There seems to be a mail bag that was found on the runway. The court themselves find this odd and they can't explain how it fell from the aircraft. Could that have somehow caused the elevator to jam? Also, it seems that as a VIP, Sikorski's aircraft was given a round-the-clock guard, with someone having to sleep in the aircraft through the night.
Yet the report criticises the security surrounding the aircraft. One of the sentries, it seems, was disciplined for failing to stop a member of the RAF from going on board to retrieve some equipment. The report also finds that other official procedures were missed or ignored. There was, for example, no document listing who was on board, and the only copy of the manifest was lost when the plane crashed.
Reading this document, you can see why the Polish were not convinced by the court's findings, and also how the conspiracy theories could have started.
There was something else. The Russian ambassador to London, Ivan Maisky, stopped off in Gibraltar on the morning of the flight, adding yet more fuel to the fires of conspiracy.
Obviously, at this time, there was considerable antagonism between the Russians and the Poles, so it was all a bit awkward that the Russian ambassador just happened to be transiting through Gibraltar on this particular day. And bizarrely, Sikorski and his entourage were instructed to stay in bed until about 11 o'clock the morning of that particular day, in order to keep them out of the way of the sight of the Russian ambassador, who was effectively hurried off the rock at I think about 11 o'clock in the morning, en route to the next stage of his journey.
Maisky's plane was parked very near to Sikorski's during his stay. Could the lax security have afforded the opportunity for some kind of Soviet sabotage? And for Garth, the conspiracy theories keep on coming. One of which holds that the 5 missing bodies were never found because they'd never been killed. They'd been abducted by the Soviets. Sikorski's daughter Zofia was supposed to have been spotted in a Soviet gulag years later.
Conspiracy theories never really go away, do they? Even if you find all the answers that should satisfy the conspiracy theorist about that particular conspiracy. There will always be some who just won't accept the evidence that's offered to them or the outcome of any inquiries or findings. By their very nature, conspiracy theories live forever.
But of all the people accused of being involved in Sikorski's supposed murder, it is Flight Lieutenant Edward Prahl who has aroused the most suspicion. Garth has found that the Court of Inquiry completely exonerated Prahl. And the fact is that he was valued so highly by the RAF that he continued flying VIPs for them for the remainder of the war. So why exactly is he chief suspect? Garth finds that answer partly stems from the question of whether Prahl was wearing a life jacket known as a Mae West during the Sikorski flight.
The pilot, like many others, wouldn't tempt fate by wearing their life jacket, so he hung it over the back of his chair whilst in flight. But the report states that one of the witnesses, Derek Coultroff, who was in the first dinghy to reach the site, states, "We were hailed by someone in the water whom we at once pulled out. He was wearing an inflated Mae West and was quite conscious, although unable to speak." This was the pilot. Why was he wearing a life jacket? He insisted he never wore a life jacket. Was this the one off the back of his seat, or did he find one floating around? Or was he expecting the accident to happen?
Garth meets with local historian Tito Vallejo. He has studied the crash for many years. What can he add to the investigation? Tito agrees that there are many inconsistencies, but has an explanation for the disappearance of the body of Sikorski's daughter Zofia and the other 4 missing victims.
Why did they disappear? I can only blame the currents. That beach there is very treacherous. I mean, many people have drowned there in the summertime and all that. And we know that when there are strong currents there, it's very, very dangerous. It happens with ships. A ship sinks in the Mediterranean and it might come out in the Atlantic and vice versa, according to the currents. Amazing, amazing strong currents.
Tito also highlights other details not included in the official Court of Inquiry report.
There was another chap who saw the crash, who was at the siege town or the upper galleries. There was an OP there, and he was an SOE wireless operator who actually saw the crash, and he was never asked to testify. And yet, he said that he saw people walking on the wings before the aircraft sank. Not one, but several people walking on the wings of the aircraft before the aircraft sank. And now that aircraft sinks, and they only recover one person alive, the pilot.
So what does Tito think about the pilot? Does he believe that Prahl intended to kill Sikorski?
I don't think anybody would, unless he was suicidal, try to kill this chap with crashing his own plane. You know, I don't think that would have gone through his mind. He seems to have been a person that he did what he jolly well liked. He may have not applied regulations as he should, and the thing I base myself mostly on is the question of the life jacket. You're supposed to have it on. Why did he have it off? God knows if he could have been responsible for the accident itself, for not following certain procedures. Because he had such a lot of experience, and you know what happens when they say confidence kills the man, no? So maybe that's what happened.
Garth's fascinated by Tito's revelation that another witness saw the crash. He climbs the rock and travels into the siege tunnels to see what kind of view the witness may have had of the accident. Work on the siege tunnels began in 1782, and they were greatly extended during the course of World War II. Amongst the labyrinth of dark corridors, Garth tries to discover where the wireless operator may have been sitting on the night of July 4th, 1943.
I'm on the east side of the rocks. From here, I can see the end of the runway, and where the yellow buoy is, that's 150 yards from the end of the runway. The crash itself was 700 yards from the end of the runway, which puts the crash site right in the centre of the arc of view from here. Some reports suggest the aircraft was about 30 feet Others say up to 150, but later in the 50s, the pilot himself said he was up to 300 feet off the runway. From this position, it'd be very, very difficult to tell the height of the aircraft from this elevation, and also it was dark, it was at night time. We know that searchlights were focused in on where the crash area was. We also know that a light aircraft dropped flares would have been incredibly dangerous if you consider the amount of fuel that would have been on the surface water. The rescue itself came from the west side of the airstrip, which meant they had to come all the way around to reach them. That launch was about 3 minutes after the crash itself. We also know from this side that a small dinghy was launched, and that would have been the first point of rescue.
The new witness reported seeing people on the wings of the B-24, suggesting it may have not sunk immediately. It took approximately 8 minutes for the first small dinghy to reach the crash area. And by the time it arrived, the Liberator had sunk, taking any other survivors with it. But this new evidence does raise the possibility that there was time for Prowl to have instinctively put on his life jacket, even if he could not remember doing so. With the life jacket debate such a major feature of the Sikorski conspiracy theories, could this new evidence help prove Prowl's innocence? Garth has discovered more evidence that sheds new light on Prowl's role in the crash. It seems that Prowl's unique takeoff technique is at variance with the instructions in the Liberator manual.
In the B-24 manual, it advises against pulling up too sharply on takeoff as it will lower the airspeed. And it explicitly states, even if you have to get the airplane into the air at low airspeed, don't lower the nose. If you lower the nose to pick up airspeed, you decrease the lift. The aircraft cannot accelerate fast enough to compensate for this changed angle. Simply put, the aircraft will just drop out of the sky.
Did Prowl make the mistake Garth has just described? The plane was not overloaded, but it was very heavy. Could it have been more sluggish than Prowl was used to? Garth has also found some astonishing archive film. The footage is of a 1944 B-24 test ditching into the James River in the United States. It seems that the B-24 had a bad reputation when ditching. For Garth, the footage gives new insight into the Sikorski crash.
If we play the footage, I think we can understand how the pilot survived, but there was no chance for General Sikorski or his fellow passengers.
The archive footage shows the plane skidding across the calm water and then breaking up just behind the cockpit, leaving behind a crumpled fuselage.
It must be remembered that General Sikorski's plane hit the water at a far greater angle than this control crash, but you can imagine that General Sikorski would have been sitting right at the point of that break. It goes to show that the plane would have stayed afloat for a limited time, probably enough time for the pilot to have put on his life jacket. But for the others, there was very little chance of getting out, and the reports of multiple people being stood on the wings must be incorrect.
Eduard Prowl was an experienced pilot, but could he have made an error that led to disaster? Or was there a technical fault with the plane? Garth has travelled to America to talk to Jim Harley of the Collins Foundation. Jim has been flying Witchcraft, the Foundation's very own B-24, for many years. Can he help answer some of Garth's questions? Jim takes Garth on a flight to explain more about the Liberator. Garth wants to know if the B-24 was a particularly difficult aircraft to fly.
As you can see it on camera here, I'm always working the controls and always retrimming it, and you really can't relax with the airplane. It's always pitching and rolling and doing something with the wind, and you're always just correcting for it. It's kind of like driving a really bad car that's out of alignment, but you have up and down too. And second model most difficult with the worst weather? You know, any kind of wind or turbulence just adds to the workload of flying. And it's not really that heavy on the control. I can fly with 2 fingers. But, you know, and having the trim here, the elevator trim, really relieves the workload on pushing and pulling on the yoke. So you can fly with the trim and rudder pedals, really. Really pretty nice. What's the takeoff length with this aircraft averagely do? Well, the runway lengths during World War II around 5,000 feet, and back then at their weight, they probably used every inch of it. Nowadays, we use about half that, about 2,500 feet to 3,000. I never force it off the ground. I let it get about 120 miles an hour and it flies off on its own.
Back on the ground, Goth's also keen to find out if the B-24 controls could have become jammed, as Prowl claimed.
The only thing that I can really think of that would cause an issue with that is if the control lock stuck or failed or in some way, but even that, it's a pretty reliable system. 70 years ago, those airplanes were brand new, and it's really hard to say. In the time I've flown this airplane, we've had one control column bearing failure that wouldn't have any issue with the control surfaces at all. And it is something that's prone to failure, but it would not impede the control surface actuation. So it's really hard to say.
Jim takes Garth inside the plane to tell him more about the controls.
Can you show me cables that control the elevator?
Yeah, everything's exposed. You can see them right here, the pulleys and the cables run through, and they're on both sides of the aircraft. Again, they're redundant, so you get two sets. In case one side was shot out, you still have the other. And they run, obviously, right up to the control yoke. It's all Armstrong. There's no hydraulic assist in these airplanes. It's all cables.
Is there any way that the elevators could be jammed from inside or outside?
Only if they're tampered with. These cables rarely fail. They're very strong and very taut, and they're redundant. So there's two sets for each control surface. So there's really no way that they would fail on their own. Or if they did fail, there's still a backup. Again, unless they were tampered with, I don't see any way that they could be disabled.
And the outside?
The outside of the aircraft, having them damaged in any way is probably pretty unlikely as well, unless they're being shot at. They're designed to be damaged and keep working. They're fabric covered, and bullets are meant to pass through them, and flak. And if flak did hit them, you can still overpower it.
But while the Liberator was thought to be a dependable machine, Garth has unearthed evidence that suggests the B-24 was perhaps not always reliable. Sikorski's Liberator was one of a number of Liberators specially adapted for the British. His plane was part of a batch delivered 2 months late because one crashed into the sea at San Diego Bay in America. That crash killed the entire crew. The reason? Its flight controls froze. Same model, same batch. Could the same fault that killed the US crew have brought down Sikorski's plane? Even at this great distance, in Poland, the controversy surrounding Sikorski's death has never gone away, and the Polish authorities have never fully accepted the British verdict on the incident. In fact, so determined are they to get at the truth that in 2008, the Polish Institute of National Remembrance, the IPN, began its own fresh investigation into the crash. The exhaustive investigation has taken 6 years, and during that time, the bodies of Sikorski and some of the other victims were exhumed to search for evidence of any foul play. One conspiracy theory claims that Sikorski was shot or strangled on the plane, and that the crash was used to cover up his killing. Garth has come to Poland to see if the question of Sikorski's murder can be answered once and for all.
W Polsce było wiele teorii na temat śmierci generała Sikorskiego. Pojawiało się mnóstwo często bardzo różniących się od siebie. A to miał zginąć w spisku, a to w ogóle miał nie być w samolocie, który był na Gibraltarze. No, pojawiało się mnóstwo hipotez i rolą takiej instytucji, jaką jest Instytut Pamięci Narodowej, jest zbadanie tego wszystkiego tak, aby wyeliminować wszystkie wątpliwości związane z katastrofą na Gibraltarze.
Garth meets prosecutor Martin Galambiewic, who led the investigation. What inconsistencies did he find in the original report?
Komisja w istocie nie ustaliła od strony technicznej przyczyn tej katastrofy. Stwierdziła, że przyczyną była blokada układu sterującego, przy czym swoje orzeczenie, swoje rozstrzygnięcie w istocie oparła o zeznanie, oświadczenie jedynej osoby, która przeżyła, pierwszego kapitana Edwarda Prchala. Komisja bardzo, uważam, w sposób niewystarczający potraktowała kwestię wypadnięcia worka z pocztą, który został odnaleziony, ujawniony na pasie startowym.
What were the main areas of the case that needed further investigation?
Nasze śledztwo koncentrowało się wokół 3 zasadniczych wersji śledczych. Mianowicie, pierwsza wersja, że uczestnicy pokrzywdzeni mogli zostać zabici przed, a sama katastrofa była pewnym upozorowaniem. Druga wersja śledcza, że nastąpiła w przebiegu katastrofy lotniczej w sposób niezawiniony na skutek zdarzenia losowego. I trzecia koncepcja, trzecia wersja, że do katastrofy lotniczej doszło w wyniku zawinionego działania osób trzecich, czyli że w wyniku sabotażu. Wokół tych 3 zasadniczo tez koncentrowaliśmy się. I nasze badania, nasze wyniki w sposób jednoznaczny, kategoryczny, ponad wszelką wątpliwość pozwalają wykluczyć wersję pierwszą, że pokrzywdzeni zostali zamordowani, pozbawieni życia w sposób przestępczy, a sam lot, sama katastrofa miała tylko to upozorować. Tę wersję wykluczyliśmy.
The IPN may have ruled out murder, but it's still unpersuaded that the crash was just an accident.
Natomiast posiadamy zbyt mało danych obecnie, ażeby w sposób kategoryczny, jednoznaczny wykluczyć ponad wszelką wątpliwość, że katastrofa nie nastąpiła w wyniku sabotażu.
Amazingly, even this high-level investigation can't fully dispel the conspiracy theories. Garth's invited to view some of the highly sensitive data collected by the Polish investigation team.
To są te akta, o których wcześniej mówiłem. To są materiały z sekcji zwłok generała Władysława Sikorskiego. To jest część dokumentacyjna, opisowa. Znajdują się także specjalistyczne już zdjęcia z sekcji zwłok, antropometryczne również zdjęcia, układ, także dalsze materiały z badań genetycznych, badań toksykologicznych, o których mówiliśmy. Przeglądając te materiały, pamiętać, że one zawierają dane delikatne, wrażliwe, dane, które nie powinny być z bliska filmowane. Dla ogólnego obrazu, proszę bardzo.
There's certainly a lot of information here, and I feel very privileged to have access to this. There's not many people can say that. Amazing detail. There's a lot of man-hours gone into this, and I feel very lucky to be able to see this and go through this. And I really need to spend some time just to absorb the amount of information that's here.
Such is the sensitivity surrounding the case, we're not permitted to show images of the documents in this program. But the autopsy examination of Sikorski's body found no evidence of strangulation or shooting. For Garth, this is conclusive proof that he was not murdered. And for most mainstream historians, the IPN has merely confirmed what they've always believed.
We have no proofs that there were some kind of sabotage. Sikorski was a weak politician, so for the Soviet Union he wasn't outstanding enemy. He wasn't someone who was to be killed. British also haven't had interest in killing Sikorski. He was under their influence, and it was good situation for them for Germany, Poland wasn't main enemy. Poland was one of numerous countries which Germans occupied, so it wasn't very important who is the head of Polish government. The only force who would benefit after his death was the Polish opposition. But on the other hand, I think that opposition was too weak to organize such an assassination. Tragedy happened, but it was just an accident.
Garth has sent all the evidence to noted aviation safety expert Gary Wan, a man with over 30 years of experience, to get his opinions. Gary begins by assessing the claims that the pilot was part of a plot to kill Sikorski.
It's very unlikely the pilot would have crashed the aircraft deliberately in order to kill General Sikorski. The chances of the pilot surviving would be quite low, and there's also a chance that the person who's trying to kill might survive, so extremely unlikely. If you wanted to destroy the aircraft and kill Sikorski, then there'd be far better ways of doing it, and one would be putting a bomb on the aircraft. The aircraft would have flown to a height, the bomb would have gone off, the aircraft would have disappeared over the water, there'd be no survivors, there'd be no wreckage, it'd be much more certain, as opposed to the chances of somebody surviving a controlled crash just off the end of the runway.
Despite all the controversial theories, Gary is clear on the likely potential causes.
In my view, there's two possible causes for the crash. Number one would be the control restrictions reported by the pilot, or secondly, the pilot becoming disorientated after takeoff and inadvertently flying into the sea. Control restriction is something that a pilot is presented with very occasionally, and depending on where the aircraft is and how high it is above the ground, it can either be very critical or it can be unimportant. It can be caused by anything, a loose article in the cockpit, a loose article somewhere in the airframe, something interfering with the control runs that's causing a restriction to control input. Often it can be released by pushing the control in the opposite direction, but in some cases that will make it worse rather than better. The possibility of the pilot becoming disoriented after takeoff might be caused by lights on the horizon that aren't actually on the horizon as he sees it. The takeoff technique he used probably wouldn't be the most sensible one to use at night because you've got less visual references, but that was the one he always used. And certainly if he had misjudged where the horizon was, the aircraft may have been descending slightly rather than climbing or even staying level as he thought. By shutting the throttles, that does suggest that the pilot did have a control restriction and it was his last chance to try and slow down the speed of the impact with the water.
But Gary has a word of caution for those that dismiss the original Court of Inquiry findings.
Certainly the investigation of the control restriction was quite thorough. There was no evidence found of a control restriction, which doesn't mean it didn't happen. If there's a witness mark on two particular parts of the aircraft where something's been pinched between pulleys or levers, and that makes it quite clear. But in this case, there was nothing found whatsoever. However, doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's not unusual, so that's probably the best suggestion of what did happen in this crash.
Some kind of mechanical problem with the Liberator's controls is a strong candidate for the cause of the accident. With modern airliners operating fly-by-wire control systems, whereby the pilot is not physically moving the control surfaces, can the same problems occur today?
Once you've gone away from direct mechanical link through control rods, pulleys and wires to these hydraulic and electrical powered flying control units, they are duplicated or triplicated so that you're not going to, as a result of a single failure, end up in a very adverse situation. When you look at an incident like the Qantas Airbus A380, where due to a completely unexpected type of engine failure, the disintegrating turbine disc cut through a substantial number of aircraft systems, causing multiple failures in areas where you wouldn't have planned. Because of the multiple redundancy and capability of the aeroplane, the crew were still able to assess what to do and how to do it to retain full control of the aeroplane and then to bring it into land very successfully without incident and without injury to any of the passengers.
Back at home, Garth is still struggling to find the exact cause of the crash, despite the help of the thorough modern investigation by the IPN.
I think this crash is probably the trickiest crash I've ever had to look into. And whilst there's reams and reams of data and research into this crash, we're still left with many questions to answer.
For Garth, it all boils down to three main possibilities: pilot error, mechanical failure, or sabotage.
The pilot wasn't part of a plot to kill General Sikorski. But it's totally conceivable that a pilot with such a vast amount of experience could still make a small mistake in airspeed and altitude, which would stall the aircraft and lead to a crash, as explained in the Liberator's manual.
Could Pral and his passengers have been the unlucky victims of mechanical gremlins?
Although no mechanical problems were found, we know Liberators in the past have experienced problems with their controls, such as freezing, so this could quite possibly have been the case. The mailbag was found on the runway, which indicates there were loose items on board, and these may have failed the controls, but there was no evidence of this in the wreckage.
The last possible cause is the one that is hardest to prove or disprove.
I simply don't believe all the conspiracy theories out there. For one, the major powers really didn't have that much to gain by his death. And also, if you wanted to assassinate him, why not put a bomb on board, wait till the aircraft is way out at sea, blow the plane up, no wreckage, no evidence. But there are mysterious coincidences. For example, the lax in security would have given a small opportunity for sabotage. And this was proven by the mailbag that was found on the runway, which shows there would have been access to the aircraft right up to the point in which it took off. I think this is one mystery that will never be solved.
A remote site on a cold mountain in Virginia, USA, and the short flight of a B-25 bomber that eventually claimed the lives of 5 young American trainee airmen. An official report that is at odds with eyewitness accounts. The crash on Sharptop Mountain in Virginia is one of many that are still the subject of debate and controversy to this very day. There are so many unanswered questions for the families.
They didn't know about the peaks, and had they been able to climb 500 more feet, they'd have been able to clear the peaks.
Now, World War II air crash detective Garth Barnard is able to do what, at the time, the US Air Force couldn't. He's going to carry out a full modern investigation into the Sharptop Mountain crash, which he hopes will finally give the families of those who died and the local community some real answers.
There's molten metal everywhere.
Garth's investigation takes him to the remote crash site itself and out onto the surrounding towns to seek out eyewitnesses.
So I would focus on flying the airplane first so that it didn't crash.
A big ball of fire flew up in the sky, and then we got a boom.
He gets a unique insight into the challenges of flying a wartime B-25 bomber as he asks what happened inside the cockpit that night, and was there anything else the pilot could have done to save the plane? Garth also asks if a similar crash could happen today.
We're all human, and when we make mistakes, then catastrophe can still occur.
He delves into the archives and speaks to crash experts, all to finally get at the truth behind one of the most infamous and controversial air crashes of the Second World War.
There's more to this. There's something went on here. This isn't just a navigational error. There was problems with the plane.
For 20 years, Garth Barnard has been investigating World War II air crashes from his home in Northamptonshire in the UK. Garth's usual cases involve aircraft and crews from the operational training units of the Royal Air Force. But this time a crash involving an American crew on a training mission has grabbed his interest.
I found a really intriguing crash here. It's in the US, and it happened in February '43 in Virginia. It looks like it was a navigational exercise that went wrong, or something went wrong, and it killed the entire crew, sadly. And there seems to be a lot of unanswered questions, and we need to find out what caused the accident.
A twin-engine bomber flies low over the rooftops of the sleepy American town of Bedford in Virginia. The engines make a deafening noise. Sparks and flames spew from the plane's exhausts. Townsfolk peer from their homes. Some rush into their gardens, where they can just make out the aircraft, fast disappearing towards the Blue Ridge mountain range, some 12 miles to the north of the town. In the cockpit of the plane, Second Lieutenant Paul Pitts, his co-pilot William McClure, and navigator Hilary Blackwell are feverishly checking maps to establish their position. They know they're supposed to turn over the town of Lynchburg, but are the lights below the right town? Suddenly, there's a tremendous fireball. The plane has smashed into the side of nearby Sharptop Mountain. Rescue teams rush to the scene, but it's too late. The 5 young crewmen aboard the B-25 aircraft are all dead, killed on impact. But why? What exactly caused the crash that cost the lives of 5 young men on a cold February night? Was it pilot error, engine failure, bad weather? Or could the men have been doomed before they even took off?
From my research, I've done a lot of work on the British crews and the training of British crews, but not a lot on the American crews and the Allies. I don't know so much about that. And what we need to find out is what caused this crash and why were they so far off course? And, you know, we're really the crew to blame, really. I mean, we owe it to these guys to find out.
Garth's investigation begins at the Museum of Bedford, Virginia, where local historian Jennifer Thompson tells him more about the fate of the B-25.
Was there a lot of aerial activity at the time?
Not around Bedford, because there's not any kind of military base in Bedford or any in the neighboring counties. So to have this big plane come overhead, that was very unusual. It made the front page of the Bedford Bulletin a couple days later, which is our local newspaper, which is still around. And this is from February 4th, 1943. And this was quite interesting right here.
Quite a number of Bedford people heard the plane pass over the town a few minutes before it crashed, and all agree that it was flying very low, with the pilot apparently having trouble with the engines.
So there was a lot of people that apparently saw it. And some of the descriptions was that they were afraid it was going to take out some of the taller buildings in town and take out some of the trees. And some of the witnesses that are seeing it, they're describing it, they're like, wow, this is really low flying, and it's flying right to the peaks. As you can see, it took off some of the trees as well. And there's still big pieces of the plane up there. If anybody's ever been on Sharptop, it's a nice hike, but you can't find the wreckage on the trail. You have to go off of the trail onto the side of the mountain to find it. They didn't know where they were going. They didn't know about the peaks, and had they been able to climb 500 more feet, they'd have been able to clear the peaks.
To help him get a wider picture, Garth needs to understand the role of the B-25 in the American war strategy. He learns that it was part of the training effort to hugely increase the size and strength of the United States Air Force in the wake of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December 1941. America had seen the effectiveness of the German Luftwaffe in Europe, and with only about 2,500 qualified pilots of its own, it knew when it joined the war that it urgently needed more planes and more pilots. By the autumn of 1943, less than 2 years after Pearl Harbor, the number of trained American aircrew had increased from 2,500 to an extraordinary 93,000. Garth traces one of the young men going through this remarkable US training machine. and who fate put on the Sharp-Top Mountain B-25. He was Hilary S. Blackwell from Santa Monica, California, who joined the Air Corps on the 8th of October 1941. Blackwell would have been subjected to a barrage of physical and mental assessments to see if he was made of the right stuff to become a US flyer. The letters Blackwell wrote to his older brother Aid give Garth a flavour of the thoughts of a young man preparing for war.
It seems almost inconsiderate that I'm in training for the purpose of taking a bomber over some country and blast the hell out of it. But I'm rather looking forward to it. Sometimes I sit back and think that I'm crazy to take on such a job with all the danger facing us.
For an American air cadet, a pilot cadet going through his training, I think the best way to describe the experience would be intense. It was a very, very high-grade syllabus. It took about 36 weeks to go from the very beginning to sort of fully-fledged operational pilot. And not everybody made it. You might sign up to be a pilot, and you might go through and get your wings successfully, but you might wash out as a pilot. You might be rejected because you didn't have the right aptitudes. That didn't mean to say you were out of the Air Force altogether. You might be reclassified for navigator training, for instance. Now, if you tried being a navigator and you were rubbish at maths and had no sense of direction, then you might be washed out again, and you might train to be an air gunner, say, or some other aircrew role.
Hilary S. Blackwell was one of those cadets who didn't make the cut as a trainee pilot. But as he found out, the screening process was not really an exact science.
I was sent down here as a future pilot, but have been taking a physical. My blood pressure is a bit high, though, so I may not make pilot. The next thing will be bombardier navigator, which is what I tried for in the first place, but supposedly didn't have enough math for. Figure it out yourself. At present, nothing is definite, so I'm as much in the dark as you.
On the 17th of December 1942, Hilary was finally commissioned as Second Lieutenant Blackwell, navigator. He was still only 22 years old. Garth discovers that Blackwell's final posting before deployment overseas was to be the Columbia Army Air Base in South Carolina. It was here that he would get to know his crewmates and their plane, a B-25 Mitchell medium bomber. The crew had come together from all the corners of America. The pilot was 21-year-old Second Lieutenant Paul Pitts from Poteau, Oklahoma. His co-pilot was a former journalist from Indianapolis, 22-year-old William McClure. The bombardier George Beninga was also 22 and had married his school sweetheart only a month before in his hometown of Marietta, Minnesota. The crew's engineer was 29-year-old Peter Bissan. Garth finds out that on the evening of the 2nd of February, Blackwell's crew were sent out on yet another navigation training flight. It was a nighttime cross-country flight that took the crew on a northwards triangular path from their base to Raleigh in neighbouring North Carolina, and on up to Lynchburg in Virginia, where they were to simply turn round and head home. That evening, Blackwell and the rest of the crew climbed aboard their B-25. As Beninga and Bissan took their places in the cramped bomber, Pitts and McClure went through their pre-flight checklist and warmed the engines. Meanwhile, Blackwell made himself comfortable for the 3-hour flight, arranging his maps on the fold-out table in the navigator's position behind the pilots. At 7:43 p.m., Pitts eased the throttle back. The B-25 rumbled down the Columbia airstrip and rose into the night sky. Pitts then turned the aircraft northwards, towards Lynchburg. At 8:58 p.m., just over an hour into their flight, the plane flew over the town of Raleigh. 20 minutes later, at approximately 9:20 p.m., the B-25 had smashed into Sharp-Top Mountain, and the whole crew were dead. Garth has now to pose one very important question. As Blackwell studied maps of the route before takeoff, did he take note of the hazardous Blue Ridge Mountains that lay 25 miles off course from his intended route? And just how did he and his crew end up there? Garth has managed to obtain the official accident report for the B-25 crash on Sharp-Top Mountain. The report contains eyewitness accounts, and an official narrative of the crash.
In the brief narrative of the accident report, it actually states here, and I quote, "Many persons in Bedford heard the plane go over, and most accounts indicated that it was unusually low altitude because of the loud noise. All agreed that the engines were running perfectly," which is a bit of an inconsistency when I've spoken to Jennifer at the museum, and she showed me a newspaper article which actually stated that the aircraft was very low, but it also added that the witnesses said that the pilot seemed to be having trouble with the engines. So, which is it? You know, there's a bit of a contradiction there as to what the problem was. I mean, did they even know the mountains were nearby? I mean, was it engine problems? Were they lost? These are all things we need to find out.
Abe McCulloch is an instructor who flies extensively over the Blue Ridge Mountains. With his intimate knowledge of the landscape and the dangers facing a plane that unwittingly strays into the area, can Abe shed more light onto why the plane might have crashed?
If you're flying, back in the World War II days, just the lack of navigational equipment was a lot more back then than it is now. If you're not sure of the terrain or the topography, or if your map is old or it's not accurate, and you pick an altitude or you get off course, and if you can't see it because it's night, then potentially you could run an airplane into the mountain.
At night, what reference points would you use when it's completely dark?
If it's at night and it's dark, just about the only thing you have to go by are either the stars, or you can pick out the different towns. If you look on my my map here, there's different areas that are yellow. And those areas that are yellow at night, that's what you would see. That's the town lights. That's what would light up. You'd be able to figure out exactly where you are. But again, it's not incredibly accurate. It's, towns oftentimes look similar to each other.
If you experience some kind of problem and you realize you weren't going to make it over the top of the mountain, what options do you have then?
If I was distracted, if I had one engine quit and I was working on flying the other one, in aviation we say aviate, navigate, communicate. So aviate is keep flying the airplane. If one engine quits, it's very difficult to fly the plane. So I would focus on flying the airplane first so that it didn't crash. After that, I would navigate, and if I'm too distracted flying the airplane, maybe I forget to navigate and I run into the mountains, but hopefully not. But certainly any distraction like that in the cockpit leads to a much greater chance of something bad happening. We're pretty much right on top of our destination. So let me point it out to you. That lake there behind you, do you see that?
Yep.
That's the lake, okay? So if you go straight up this peak, that's where the accident is. You can kind of see the trail there.
As Garth gazes out over the Sharptop Mountain crash site for the first time, he now knows that flying in the area was always going to be very hazardous, particularly for an inexperienced crew. But how could they have become so lost? Even though it was a nighttime exercise, the accident report confirms the weather was fine with clear visibility, which meant that Blackwell should have been able to use the stars and the lights of towns as visual cues to keep the plane on course. If the weather was perfect for flying, then there should have been no reason for the plane to fly so low to check their position. Garth considers an alternative reason. Could engine trouble have been the cause? To help him find out, Garth must first discover if the B-25 was a reliable aircraft. He discovers that the North American B-25 Mitchell medium bomber was one of the most versatile aircraft of World War II. The two-engine aircraft served in all theaters of the war, and it was made famous by the 1942 Doolittle raid on Tokyo, when 16 B-25s took off from the deck of the USS Hornet, becoming the first US aircraft to bomb mainland Japan. There's no doubt that the B-25 was a solid, reliable aircraft. Not only that, but Blackwell's plane had no bomb load, a crew of only 5 instead of the usual 6, and probably no ammunition in its machine guns. For what turned out to be its final flight, the plane was easily operating within its limits. Local teenager Bobby Keys was leaving his house to go hunting with two of his brothers, just as the B-25 came down. He saw and remembers the whole tragic episode.
This plane was coming and looked like it was gonna come pretty close over us. In fact, it come right over our barn. And it was spitting fire, you know, like an old car. And it started making a C-turn over the end of Suck Mountain. And I remember my brother Tom saying, if they don't get out of there, pull out of there real soon, they're gonna hit the peaks of Otter. And pretty soon they hit a rib on it. And when it hit that mountain, a big ball of fire flew up in the sky, and then we got a boom. In a few seconds, another big ball of fire went up, then we get another loud boom sign. My understanding, they flew out of Carolina, and the plan was they're supposed to turn over Alta Vista, which don't have no mountains they didn't have to worry about running into if they'd have just made the turn over Alta Vista.
Garth is fascinated by this new theory. Alta Vista is a small town 25 miles to the southeast of Bedford and 35 miles away from Lynchburg, the B-25's turning point. Is it possible that Blackwell and his crew mistook the lights of Bedford for those of Alta Vista? The immediate surrounding area is certainly relatively flat, and the crew would not have been expecting any mountains between that town and Lynchburg. Does this explain why they flew straight into Sharptop? And Keyes introduces another fascinating possibility, something that is at odds with the official report. Could weather have actually been a factor?
I would say it probably had a whole lot to do with it, because it wasn't no stars shining in the sky. It was clouded over, you know. And possible we could see the outline of the mountain, but I'm not sure we could see the very top of the peaks of Otter ourselves.
Was there anything about the aircraft when you saw it fly over that seemed unusual?
Yeah, it was so low, you could see it was somewhat light in the cockpit of that plane. And the plane, like I say, it was backfiring, and sparkles was coming off of it. I don't know whether it was exhaust or not. I'm assuming it was. But I've often wondered why they were so low. And listening to that plane, maybe they just couldn't do no more. Couldn't get it to rise up, you know.
That was a fascinating chat with Bobby Keys. He's thrown up another inconsistency with this crash. The official report says that the weather was fine at that time, yet he states that a localised weather system, that the cloud was quite low at the time, and maybe that was why the aircraft was flying so low. But Bobby also states that the engines were coughing and spluttering, and there were sparks coming out of the engines. So again, is that another reason why they were flying so low? They were looking for somewhere to put down.
Garth has found yet more evidence that contradicts the official report. Don Yeargin, a local resident, has spent many years collating contemporary reports and sources on the Sharptop mountain crash, which he publishes online. One newspaper account published the day after the crash contradicts the official story.
I'm looking here at an article from the Roanoke Times from February 1943. And in it, Mrs. Morgan, in the article, she states that she saw the aircraft circling the town of Bedford, which kind of ties in with what Bobby said, where he said he saw the aircraft make a turn before it hit the mountain. So it didn't just fly straight into it, it was turning. So there are two eyewitnesses that both disagree with the official version of events.
It's an intriguing theory. Did Blackwell's B-25 fly low because the crew couldn't see through localized clouds and had become lost? Or were there problems with the engines which meant that the crew had to look for a place to land? If lights were on in the cockpit, it would certainly suggest that there was some confusion on board the B-25 that night. Can the crash site itself reveal any more valuable clues? Sharp Top Mountain sits on the very edge of the peaks of the Otter Mountain Range that rises up steeply from the flat land that surrounds Bedford, which lies 12 miles to the southeast. A path to the summit snakes up the western side of the mountain, but the crash site itself is approximately 1,000 feet below the top. To reach it requires dropping off the marked track and descending down the sheer eastern face until the scattered wreckage is found. With a recent snowfall and no local guide willing to tackle the icy conditions, it's going to be an extremely difficult, if not impossible, location for Garth to find. As Garth starts this stage of his investigation, he gets a real feel for how hard it must have been for the rescue teams of local people who went up the mountain the night of the crash. The accident was officially recorded at 9:20 p.m. and within half an hour, the first helpers were already on their way from Bedford. With a light snow hampering their progress, the first rescue team didn't reach the crash site until 12:30 a.m. June Good's husband was one of the men that went to help.
I can remember that he told me he went up there as a member of the crew, and it was a hard climb. It's a rocky mountain. The odor of the burning bodies was just dreadful. He also told me that they lost right many of the crew because they couldn't get up the hill. There was debris from the plane all over the side of the mountain there. They had to bring the bodies down, and they were slipping and sliding a lot. He just didn't like to talk about it. He said it was a dreadful thing.
The local volunteers toiled all the next day in the treacherous conditions, and by 4 a.m. on the 4th of February, they had finally brought down the last of the 5 bodies.
There it is. There it is. There it is. That's the engine. That's it. Can you see that?
The first evidence Garth finds at the crash site is one of the bomber's 1,700 horsepower Wright Cyclone radial engines, which had been embedded into the mountainside for the last 70 years.
This is definitely B-25 radial engine. And just look at this. Look at this molten, where it's melted here. This area here, this section, look how, where it's been melted from the vast heat, which again confirms the fire. Still got the olive green on it. Obviously a piece of bodywork torn away. And here, look, there's a mark, and you can see here the serial number after 70 years. The wiring on these secured nuts here is so shiny, it's like it was put on yesterday. And these are secure here, but these have just been pulled out by the destructive nature of the impact. It's just amazing to see, absolutely amazing. There's more wreckage here. You can actually see it here, the twisted wreckage here.
On the side of the mountain is a vast sea of tangled metal that stretches far down the peak. In the original report, a large debris field of approximately 600 feet was recorded. But over time, the wreckage has moved position, with some pieces gradually working their way down the mountainside.
This to me looks like an engine mount. You have the circular construction area here, which would hold the radial engine in position. But I'm just shocked by, as far as the eye can see, you've got wreckage in both directions. And the surprising thing is, there's molten metal everywhere. This, you know, there must have been flames. I mean, it must have been a scene of devastation. This must have been seen from miles away, absolutely miles away.
In 1943, the original investigators' crash theory was that as the plane was climbing, its propellers caught the trees of the ridge and their branches pulled the craft into the side of the mountain.
By being here, you sort of understand the scale of it all. I've spoken to a lot of people and I've visited the the crash site, you sort of understand or get an understanding for what really happened up here. But there are still questions to be asked about, you know, what sort of condition the aircraft was in before it impacted. But after talking to the witnesses, there's not just one witness that's actually said this. That one of the engines was on fire. It was making a horrible noise before impact. So there was something going on there. And even though the official data suggests that the engines were running fine and it was all okay, there's more to this. There's something went on here. This isn't just what I consider to be just a navigational error. There was problems with the plane.
Garth has found that while mystery surrounds Sharptop Mountain, tragedies like it were far from uncommon. While the dreadful US combat losses in the skies over Europe and the Pacific have been widely documented, less is known about the astonishing number of deaths suffered among young men who are still training to fly. The rush to train air crews resulted in the loss of more than 7,000 aircraft and the deaths of over 15,000 young airmen. If the public at large were unaware of the carnage, the authorities were certainly not, as this military safety information film demonstrates.
In nearly every case, disregard of instructions, failure to observe tech orders, flight checks, and weather maps change a happy landing into a scrap that will never get into the scrap.
So the Sharptop Mountain crash was certainly not an isolated tragedy. Buried in the official crash report, Garth Barnard has found an extraordinary series of transcripts that record telephone conversations on the 4th of February between Major Reed, the officer trying to clear up the crash, and other local military officers and police in the area. From the transcripts, Garth learns that although the B-25 crash was the worst, it was one of 3 that had occurred locally that night. Cleveland and his colleagues were obviously aware of the dangers.
Okay, we've had 2 crashes here at the base since yesterday. Plenty of this going on. All we can do is send in a lot of recommendations. Yeah, we got to do something. They're starting to extend the runways here now. If this had happened a couple of weeks later, he'd have been mixed up with all the workmen and more people would have been injured. They're mixing oil with water, but they say, this is war.
As Garth can see from this brief exchange, the realities of trying to train a vast number of rookie flyers were beginning to hit home. But how difficult were these planes to fly? The Arizona wing of the Commemorative Air Force preserves a number of historic World War II aircraft. For Garth, this is a unique opportunity to further his investigation by experiencing a flight in a B-25 bomber for himself. Retired airline pilot Spike McLean flies the Commemorative Air Force's B-25, named the Maid in the Shade.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Glad to meet you.
Yeah, good.
Welcome to the Maid in the Shade.
Lovely, thank you.
Let me show you around.
Oh, yeah.
This is a real World War II veteran. It was born in 1943 in Kansas City, Kansas, and it flew 15-plus missions over Italy.
And it's a bomber, but does it behave like a bomber?
It is a bomber, but it was a light bomber, but it behaves halfway between a bomber and a fighter. It's got a lot more fighter in it than bomber. It only had about a 4,000-pound bomb load to it. But where the airplane really shined is in the South Pacific with all the machine guns on it. Low-level strafing, much like the A310 Warthog it does today.
What's it like to be in this aircraft and to fly this aircraft?
The aircraft is very fun to fly. It's very, very maneuverable. It's very quick. It's got a lot of inertia. Very, very responsive for a pilot standpoint. How about we just go for a ride?
Okay, sounds good.
Garth is now following in the footsteps of Hilary Blackwell and his crewmates. Can his flight help answer the questions about the flames seen coming from the engines of the B-25 over Bedford? As he takes off into the clear Arizona skies, Spike puts himself into the shoes of the B-25 bomber crew all those years ago.
If I was known that I was lost, I would probably gain altitude if I didn't know the surrounding terrain around me. You'd always want to be higher than the terrain. And your radio signals are much more reliable the higher you get.
Radio signals were a key tool for a World War II pilot. In addition to communication, a device called an automatic direction finder was able to trace the strength of a signal from a given radio source to confirm a plane's exact position. Could the mountains surrounding Bedford have interfered with the plane's equipment?
The radio signals are all kind of line of sight, and if you're behind a bunch of terrain like the mountains up ahead here, we would not be able to hear that signal as well being low as we would if we were up high and could see that. It's because the signals are line of sight.
And would there be, when the engines are running, you'd see like flames or sparks coming from the engines whilst it's flying?
Not during the daytime. The exhaust exits ports directly out the cylinder, so at nighttime, yes, you will see quite a bit of flame and not really so much sparks, but the engines glow quite well. All the cylinders have got, looks like fire coming out of them. At night only.
If one engine failed, is the aircraft quite happy to fly on one engine?
Well, you betcha. After the engine, if an engine fails, it's quite capable of flying on one engine for an extended amount of time. The only thing that would is if the aircraft gets slow for any reason and gets below 145 miles per hour, it doesn't have any control after that low of a speed.
What is the turning circle of this aircraft?
Well, the radius is quite sharp on this airplane if you want it to be quite sharp. Some of the passengers on here right now probably wouldn't like me to show you, but it's enough to make you very uncomfortable. I could turn this thing in a dime. We're going to be taking a turn here in a minute. I'll give you a little example of what the airplane can do.
The evidence gathered from Garth's flight on the B-25 seems to answer some of the key questions. It appears that the engine trouble and flames reported by many witnesses on the ground could have been the byproducts of a normally operating aircraft. And even if the plane had engine problems, then it should have been able to easily miss the mountain if the crew had spotted it. As Garth heads back home to England, the evidence is starting to point to a tragic error in navigation. Garth has sent all the evidence he has unearthed in America to air safety expert Gary Wan, a man who has worked in the aviation industry for more than 30 years, to get his assessment.
The aircraft was tasked on the navigation sortie at 3,000 feet, which would have provided clearance above terrain for the whole route. But what it didn't take into account was the high ground to the northwest of Lynchburg and, in fact, Bedford. So that altitude that was given to the aircraft for the sortie did depend on the aircrew getting the turns right and turning at the right points. The aircraft may have descended from its cruising altitude to peep down below the weather, even though there was no reported weather at the time. After the accident, there was significant snow at the crash site. So that does suggest there would have been some weather around at the time, possibly close to the hills. If the pilot had seen the hills, he wouldn't have flown into them. There was no significant towns beyond the hills, so he'd be flying to an area of darkness anyway.
Next, Gary focuses on the reports of lights seen in the cockpit. Could this have contributed to the disaster?
The suggestion that the cockpit lights were turned up so they could see what was going on in the cockpit and probably check the maps, that would also make it more difficult for them to see outside and wouldn't have helped their night vision. It's a well-known fact that it takes about 30 minutes for your vision to return to normal after you've been exposed to bright lights. So even if the lights had only been switched on for a short time in the cockpit and then turned off, the pilot's vision wouldn't have been as good as it could have been. So that would have made it much more difficult to see anything out there, particularly something like an unlit hill or high ground.
In modern air accident investigations, the organizations that operate the planes come under the spotlight. In modern terms, was the crew of the B-25 properly supervised?
At wartime, there's an acceptance of a degree of risk that you wouldn't accept in peacetime, even in training. And certainly now, with any investigation, it isn't just the aircrew involved in the accident that will come under the microscope. It'll go a long way down, whether it's engineers, whether it's flying supervisors, whether it's other people involved in the flight. The supervision is an oversight by somebody else to make sure that what you actually plan to do is sensible and safe. And in this case, it seemed that supervision was lacking. The pilot should have presented his flight plan. His immediate supervisor should have looked over it and made any suggestions or changes. And it does seem slightly lacking here, and the altitude the aircraft was given for its NAVX wasn't necessarily safe.
The evidence all seems to point to the aircraft being hopelessly lost and flying into a mountain that they didn't expect to be there. Could this happen today? Can the crews of modern airliners become lost and disorientated? Ex-test pilot Chris Roberts has had an illustrious career piloting military and commercial aircraft across the world. How is modern technology supposed to prevent repeats of Sharp Top Mountain?
Largely, it's because these days the systems on the aeroplane, the instruments and the navigation facilities are much more sophisticated and far more accurate. For example, you've got the Global Positioning System, GPS, and I think we're all used to having GPS in our car, sat-nav. Now we have the computer-based systems where the entire flight deck or cockpit environment has computer backups to present highly accurate, highly reliable data to the pilots in an easy-to-read form. So the availability of facilities to the pilot is far, far above what it was 70 years ago to the B-25 crew.
But even with the very latest technology, accidents can and do happen.
It's extremely rare for a modern aeroplane to fly into terrain or a mountain, but of course it does happen. We know that happens, and it's sort of 1 in a 10 million event. And normally it's due to some kind of human failing in that a certain set of conditions not taking into account, or the crew involved or the advisors of the crew failed to give them some critical information. For example, there was the Air New Zealand aeroplane that flew into Mount Erebus over the South Atlantic area, and that was due to the computers being loaded with incorrect data, for example. So the crew, to an extent, didn't have a chance. We're all human, and when we make mistakes, if the safety systems aren't there, or you've disregarded a safety system, then catastrophe can still occur, but it's extremely rare.
Garth is now back home and weighing up Gary Wan's analysis with the evidence gathered in America. Garth concludes that the B-25's lit cockpit and low flying height provide definite proof that the aircraft was simply hopelessly lost. As the plane managed to climb high enough to hit Sharp Top at roughly 3,000 feet, there was nothing wrong mechanically and there were no problems with power. So where did they think they were?
The east-facing crash site location and Bobby saying that the aircraft did a C-turn over Suck Mountain is key to the investigation.
Suck Mountain is 8 miles north of Bedford and is 2,178 feet in height. Perhaps Blackwell became confused.
If we suppose that Blackwell mistook Bedford for Lynchburg that night, then the high distance of Suck from Bedford is very similar to the mountain north of Lynchburg called High Peak.
At nearly 3,000 feet in height, High Peak Mountain sits 11 miles north of their intended turning point of Lynchburg. The change in the landscape might have been enough to convince Blackwell that they were over their intended target and that they needed to turn round and head home. This is where Garth believes the report is wrong.
According to the report, the plane flew straight over Bedford and into Sharp Top, but it hit the mountain from the east. This would mean that it's way, way off course and coming from a completely strange direction to agree with the report. It must have made a turn.
If the crew made a turn to the west between Lynchburg and High Peak, then they would have cleared easily any of the high ground to the northwest of Lynchburg. If they had tried to do that near Suck, then they would have flown straight into Sharp Top.
I believe the crew thought they knew where they were. They thought they were heading home. But because of their actual position, they didn't make it.
Garth cannot be 100% sure of his theory, but he's more certain about where the blame for the crash lies. With a recommendation in the report that in future, All crews should fly at least 2,000 feet higher than any obstacles between their beginning and end locations, and 100 miles beyond. Garth believes the Air Force gave a tacit acknowledgement that they had got it wrong.
The altitude that they were briefed to fly at was obviously way too low for that route. Why else would they have mentioned it? But this was wartime, and the US Air Force was relatively young, and still feeling their way around in training such a large amount of men in such a short space of time.
The war was raging, and men and machines were needed for the Air Force. This rush to maintain their war effort was bound to result in mistakes. But the figures bear repeating. During the Second World War, more than 15,000 men lost their lives on training flights in the United States. On a lonely mountain in West Virginia, those 5 young men in their B-25 became just another part of that extraordinary number. An RAF Wellington bomber on a routine nighttime training flight takes off into a moonlit sky. It's been in the air just 6 minutes when from the darkness, a second Wellington suddenly appears. Moments later, there's a terrific explosion and the 2 Wellingtons plunge to the ground, killing everyone on both planes. It is on the face of it another tragic wartime accident.
The reality is that 13 people lost their lives. They're the forgotten heroes, aren't they?
The 2 inexperienced crews are inevitably blamed for the crash. But is that the full story? Were the authorities too quick to denounce dead men? And did the real blame lay a little closer to home?
The only people that really know what happened are the guys that are now dead.
Was there a simple failure of procedure?
Even though each aircraft had lights, it wouldn't be obvious to each of the pilots the other aircraft was there.
Can World War II air crash detective Garth Barnard piece together the clues to discover what really caused the Turweston-Wellington crash?
The pilots just would not have seen that plane coming towards them.
It's quite possible, yes.
There was 2 pilots in the sky that night with no night flying hours. It was an accident waiting to happen.
You're the pilot. It's your life on the line.
For the past 20 years, Garth Barnard has been investigating World War II RAF air training crashes. He studied thousands of incidents, but for him, the collision in the skies above Turweston stands out.
Something strange about this crash. I've always been intrigued since 10 years ago meeting the postmistress at a local village when she told me of a plane coming down in flames and the possibility of it colliding with another aircraft, but there just wasn't the evidence out there. I just couldn't find anything, so I would really like to find out more about this.
Wellington bomber HE-325 is preparing to land after completing a nighttime navigational exercise. The plane is being piloted by 32-year-old Flight Lieutenant James Shaw.
He was dark and good-looking and fairly sort of cheery, and he was very engaging, and we loved him. We thought he was great.
Meanwhile, on the airfield below, another Wellington bomber, BK-272, sits on the dark Turweston runway, awaiting clearance for takeoff. Its pilot finally gets the all clear, and the Wellington's 290 Bristol Hercules engines power it down the runway. The pilot points the aircraft's nose in the direction of the full moon that hangs in the sky ahead of him. The bomber quickly builds up speed, and it lifts off into the night sky. Minutes later comes the collision of the two aircraft. A huge fireball. No chance that anyone on board will escape.
So was this crash just a tragic accident, or was there a lot more to it? I mean, and why is there so little data? All my years of research, I've gone through so many different crashes, and the data's quite readily available, but in this instance, it's very, very difficult to find out what actually happened. Was it human error? Was it a mechanical problem? Was it a procedural failure? This is the sort of thing I really need to find out. One thing I have learned is the more you look into these crashes, the less clear cut the conclusions. At the end of the day, young airmen lost their lives that night. We owe it to them and their families to find out the truth.
To begin his investigation, Garth needs to examine the official records. What can they tell him about the doomed planes? He's come to the RAF Museum at Hendon in London to see if their vast collection of accident report cards can provide him with any vital information. Accident report cards, called ARCs, were a system of cards developed by the RAF that recorded details about wartime air accidents in a simple indexed format. Can Garth find the right cards among the thousands in the Hendon archives?
This is one of them. This is the date's right, Wellington, BK272, just to see if there's a second aircraft. Yep, here's the second aircraft, yeah. So we've got both ARCs for both aircraft. What I'll do now is I'm going to print these both off and look at the details.
So what details do the ARCs provide?
I'm looking at the ARCs here from both machines. This one has details on BK272 and this one on HE325. Looking here, we can see the pilot was instructional pilot Searles and a pupil pilot of what it looks like Harakze. It lists those two names, but it also states here that there was 7 on board and 7 killed, 7 fatalities. Looking at this aircraft, HE325, we can see that it was piloted by Shaw, and there were 6 on board with 6 fatalities. If we look at the details of what actually happened here, it says that the aircraft took off into a bright moon and struck another aircraft, which was actually higher, with both aircrafts crashed in flames. And again, on this ARC, it says struck by another aircraft in flight at 1,000 feet, both crashed and burned.
13 men lost. The scale of the accident is shocking. The cards show that the authorities blamed both crews equally and that they failed to keep a good lookout. But Garth has noticed the cards also conclude that navigational lights would not show up well in full moon. So which is it? Was it solely the crew's fault, or did they never stand a chance because of the flying conditions? For Garth, the cards lack important detail.
It has details here of the engines, the aircraft type, the pilots and their hours on type in both day and night. It says there's 7 on board on one, 6 on another, but there's actually no details of the crews themselves. It doesn't really give us a lot of information on what they were doing. What we do know is that both aircrafts hit each other, but that's pretty much it.
The official explanation for the crash seems too simple. How is it possible for the two planes to fly into each other? Surely the controllers on the ground should have known that the close proximity of Shaw's plane posed a danger to Searles before he took off. If anything, the official records seem to have posed more questions and not given answers. On the accident report card, the names of the pilots have one letter written in a column coldly beside them. K for killed.
He was always Uncle Jas to us, this rather dashing figure in uniform. A very glamorous figure at that stage, obviously, because anyone in uniform was a bit of a hero. His wife was called Helen, and he had a baby son at the time of his death. And He was always the sort of hero figure, if you like, who died during the war.
So why were Shaw and Searles flying Wellington bombers over Turweston Airfield? Garth has come to the old RAF airfield of Chipping Warden to speak to local RAF airfields expert Roger Saunders about the role Turweston played during World War II.
Turweston was entirely a training base, part of 92 Group, and that was its total and only role. It trained on Wellingtons, it trained on various other types of aircraft as well. A lot of these people were really very, very green. They'd been to elementary flying, which flew a single-seat aircraft, and then they were expected to pick up a Wellington. And flying Wellingtons was very difficult.
Unfortunately, Turweston had to get used to seeing air training accidents.
There was quite a lot of crashes, not all fatal, some were, but the crashes didn't just occur locally, of course, because a lot of these aircraft, Wellingtons especially, went on fairly long flights. Then the losses then continued due to navigational errors. Killed lots of pilots doing that. It was very busy looking at the airfields because they were very close together. And if you think that they've all got to take off, they've all got to land, they've all got to do their flight, and they've got to miss each other on the way back. Now, it sounds easy, but it's not.
Just how close the airfields were together is staggering. Within a 15-mile radius of Brackley alone, there were no fewer than 13. Perhaps it was not surprising that accidents occurred regularly. There were more than 400 during the war in this small area of Britain. Some were lucky, of course, and managed to walk away from the wreckage relatively unscathed, but many more did not. The figures are sobering, to say the least. During World War II, almost 7,500 men were killed in training incidents in Britain. Most were men who died before seeing any frontline action. The inexperienced Turweston training crews faced a whole set of challenges and dangers. There were always the added dangers posed by mechanical failure. Could that have played a part in the accident? The fire that consumed the planes made it impossible to be sure. But how reliable an aircraft was the Wellington bomber considered to be? By July 1944, the Vickers Wellington had been replaced by the famous Lancaster heavy bomber as the leading aircraft in Bomber Command's operations. But it was still a formidable machine.
The Vickers Wellington was a twin-engined medium bomber, and it was really the backbone of RAF Bomber Command's fleet until the advent of the really heavy four-engine bombers, so the Sterling, the Halifax and the Lancaster, a little bit later in the war. When the RAF staged its first 1,000-bomber raid on Cologne in May 1942, more than half the participating aircraft were Wellingtons.
With its revolutionary aluminium-weaved geodesic frame, developed by Barnes Wallace of Dambusters fame, the Wellington was affectionately known as Wimpy. It was strong, it was solid, and it was able to take an extraordinary amount of punishment. It seems that mechanically the pilots of BK-272 and HE-325 should not have had a problem.
The beauty of the geodetic method was it meant the Wellington could absorb huge amounts of punishment, huge amounts of battle damage, and still make it home. So from that point of view, it was a very reliable aircraft, although it did have the slightly disconcerting characteristic of weaving about a little bit, bending and creaking a bit in flight because of that very structure.
The Wellington was a rugged aircraft, certainly, but those used by the operational training units were end-of-line planes that had seen a great deal of action in the field. Could that have affected their reliability?
You'll hear reports of getting bogged down. You'll get times where you've got prop swing. You'll probably find that you lose propellers, literally. There was one flying over Silverstone to Turweston, and it got off the ground and then lost the propeller. It just disappeared. Collapsing wheels, Wellingtons were a bit prone to dropping a undercarriage.
So who else was flying on board the doomed planes that night? Garth has found out a little more about the 10 remaining victims.
I've managed to track down names of the other members of crew. Initially, I used the Commonwealth War Graves Commission website. I typed in the date, which I had, and I got pages and pages and pages of names, which isn't surprising given the bloody war that was over the skies of Europe at that time. But to get the names, what I did was use this fantastic book.
Bomber Command Losses by W.H. Chorley is a series of books that chronicle every aircraft loss in Bomber Command during the war.
Okay, if we flick through the pages, here we go. On the 7th, 8th of July 1944, Wellington, HE325, which we know was in the air that night. We know that from the ARC. But listed here, what we have are the names of the crew that were on board.
The book reveals that flying with Flight Lieutenant James Shaw that night were the 36-year-old Sergeant William Mitchell and Sergeant William Willett, age 31. Also on board were Sergeants Henry Kinchin and Leonard Barker, who were 28, and 19-year-old Charles Wyatt. Garth also finds out more about those flying BK-272, with the 2 pilots, Searles and Tarazay, was 20-year-old flying officer Arthur Cork, Sergeant Peter Woods, who was 21, the 27-year-old Sergeant Bernard Hadlow, and Sergeants Robert Bradford and Jack Lemon, who were both just 19.
Harazay, he was Canadian. That explained the unusual surname, and so was Cork. He was Canadian too. Well, reading through this, we've got a lot more detail on what happened.
The book confirms most of what Garth knows: the time of takeoff for each plane, the length of their respective flights, and the location of the crash. But
we know Searles was instructing Harazay that night, but who was actually at the controls at the time of the collision? Also, looking at the amount of crew on board, we've got 7 here, so I'm expecting to see maybe there was 2 or 3 gunners or 2 or 3 navigators, wireless operators, which would tie in with the fact it's a training flight.
what the ARC reveals is that Searles had flown 1,314 hours in total, with 520 hours flown in the Wellington, including 128 at night. Pilot Officer Harazay, on the other hand, was far less qualified.
Harazay had never flown Wellingtons at night before. Look, 150 hours flying time, but in this column under type, it's got nothing. So you've got to deduce that Searles was the instructor, Harazay was the pupil, but who was actually at the controls at the time of the collision?
Garth notices something else on HE325's accident report card.
Shaw has a lot of flying hours, we know that, but only 13 on type and none at night. Was he an experienced trainee, or was he just an experienced pilot transferred over to Wellington to build his hours up on that new machine? With Harazay at the controls, that means there was 2 pilots in the sky that night with no night flying hours. It was an accident waiting to happen.
With the ARCs noting that the bright moon impaired visibility and that the navigational lights would not have been easy to see, Garth decides to visit one of only 2 surviving Wellingtons to see for himself what it was like inside the cockpit.
This is my first time in a cockpit of a Wellington, and what strikes me is the amount of vision that the pilot has. I mean, the instructor pilot would have been here, the pilot's here, but you've got to remember it's pitch black. There would have been a full moon. Suggestions there were he was dazzled by the moon, but he'd be using instruments primarily, and you'd have no real horizon being so dark. Of course, there was a blackout, so there's no lights on the ground to go by, so it must have been pretty difficult to be on the lookout for other aircraft that were in circuit at that time. And not forgetting that further down the fuselage would have been windows down the side, so there could have been lookout from there, but this aircraft would have been climbing, and the other aircraft would have been coming around in front of it. So the only person who really had a lookout was the pilot and the instructor pilot. The records state, or the Court of Inquiry states, that the crew should have been or had a proper lookout. But it's difficult to have done that with your cockpit drills, with taking off, and the other aircraft would have been circling anyway. And also, they're not very, very well lit. So I really can't see how the crews could have been blamed as such.
And what of the visibility outside of the plane? How illuminated was the bomber? Brooklands volunteer John Lattimore describes the lighting limitations on a Wellington.
Basically, I think you can say there's not very much of it. It consisted of the normal port and starboard red and green wingtip lights, a light on the front of the nose of the Wellington, which I think you can see an example over there, which is a formating light, which was shrouded, so it can only really be seen from the front. And you had, again, formating lights towards the top of the rudder. As I understand it, one blue, one white. And underneath the nose of the aeroplane, which is for signalling purposes, so it can be used for signalling to the ground. Hence, it's underneath the aeroplane. And that's it, as far as external lights are concerned.
The lighting you talk of wasn't like the big bright lights you see on modern aircraft now?
No, not at all. You're talking about car tail light bulbs, basically. So you know what that is. It's not very bright, no. And certainly not from a distance in the air. But they weren't designed to tell anybody on the ground where the aeroplane was, for obvious reasons.
Interestingly, John is not convinced by the ARC's findings that the crew were to blame.
To be honest with you, it seems to me that you had the unfortunate set of circumstances where the only people that really know what happened are the guys that are now dead. So if your airplane that's now in circuit, flying on its own, probably would not have his formating lights on. So he's only got his wingtip nav lights. He's sideways on to the aeroplane that's taking off. So we've only, if he's on an anti-clockwise circuit, he's only got his port nav light, which will be visible to the aircraft taking off, which is, you know, a little red light in the sky, and it's a bit difficult for some pilot who's taking off to know that. This was a convenient let out. You've got a crash or a collision that occurred, killed a number of people. Somebody's got to come up with an answer, so you come up with an answer that says, well, they weren't really doing their job very well, were they? You know, which is unfortunate, but I think it's convenient.
Why would the authorities want to find a quick and convenient excuse for the collision? By this time in the war, RAF Bomber Command, under the leadership of its commander, Arthur Bomber Harris, was becoming a formidable weapon for the British. With their American allies pummeling German targets during the day, British crews kept up the momentum by conducting massed bombing raids at night. But this effort came at a cost. In 16 operations launched against Berlin in early 1944, over 1,000 aircraft and 7,000 airmen were lost. And all these men and machines needed to be hastily replaced for Harris by the RAF and their OTUs. Accidents like the collision at Turwestern were regrettable, but the authorities couldn't let these incidents get in the way of replenishing crews and keeping the pressure up against the enemy.
By the beginning of July 1944, the bombing campaign was still pretty much in full swing, even though we were then well into Europe. There was still a need for crews. I mean, we know now that the war was beginning to come to an end, but they kind of didn't know that then. They still had the Japanese threat. They thought there were going to be many more years of war against Japan. So really, the training system was pretty much in full swing, although, as it happened, by July 44, that was actually when the size of the Royal Air Force reached its peak.
Garth tries to pinpoint the exact location of the crash. He has the grid reference from the ARCs, but unfortunately they don't correspond with modern maps. Happily, there's a solution.
Okay, we're 2 miles away now from the airfield itself, and looking at the ARC of Searles aircraft here, it states the Ordnance Survey coordinates for where the crash site was. That doesn't correlate or relate to any modern-day Ordnance Survey maps, so what I have to use is a 1943 Ordnance Survey map, and from that, I can work out the exact position of the crash site And remember, this is the crash site of Searles aircraft. This is about 2 miles away from the end of the runway, so it just goes to show how close from the end of the runway the incident was. And this aircraft travelled a long way after the collision itself. It's positioned over here in the middle of the field. You can see it from here, good view, and probably where about those two trees are on the hedge line itself. Probably about in line with those, but in the centre of the field, which is exactly where it's positioned on the Ordnance Survey map. Now I know the exact crash position of BK-272, which was Searles aircraft. I can try and find out how it got here and which actual runway was in use at the time. I really would like to get to the bottom of this and find out the truth of what happened that night.
Having established where one of the planes crashed, Garth travels to Turwestern Airfield to try and finally piece together how the accident happened. He's come armed with some startling new evidence.
As we hit a wall with the British sources, I decided to contact a Canadian colleague who gave me information on the Canadians on board BK-272, and the information he's given me is absolutely fascinating.
Garth's colleague has found the official Court of Inquiry report in the file of one of the trainees, Walter Harazay.
The Court of Inquiry gives a detailed account of what happened to Harazay's Wellington BK-272, and I quote, "This aircraft, after taking off, is assumed to have climbed towards the second aircraft, which was at a higher altitude. The climb was made almost directly towards the moon, and the pilot looking in that direction may not have seen the other aircraft due to dazzle. Navigation lights displayed by aircraft under the prevailing atmospheric conditions of light and haze are almost ineffective. With the lower portion of the tail light blacked out on the Wellington aircraft, there is a sector below the aircraft in which no light is visible. This was a possible cause of the pilot being unaware that another aircraft was dangerously near."
The report also gives a graphic account of what happened to Shaw's plane, HE-325. It records that after circling the airfield at 1,000 feet, Shaw was given permission to land at 1:17 a.m. The planes collided just outside the circle of airfield lighting on the perimeter of the base. Garth explains what happened next.
As the main planes of the aircraft H-325 were not broken, it is assumed that the aircraft was banked at the time of impact, the front turret hitting BK-272 in the mid-under position, and the starboard propeller cutting into the port tailplane. The starboard engine of HE-325 dropped out after impact. The aircraft caught fire and did a flat spin to the ground. The tail unit of BK-272 appears to have broken off, and the rest of the aircraft crashed straight ahead, dropping pieces along the way. That sounds like a horrendous impact and something neither crew is ever going to be able to get out of. This report now raises questions about the plane's times.
This fascinating document raises a few new questions. Garth originally learned that the collision occurred at 1:28 a.m., with BK-272 reportedly taking off at 1:22 a.m. This new report gives BK-272 a takeoff time of 1:14, with no actual time for the collision.
There seem to be a lot of discrepancies regarding the times of BK-272. Even allowing for a possible mistake in this record, a 6-minute flight time seems to be way excessive if you consider it collided with Shaw's plane that was just a little way off the runway and ended up 2 miles away. What was it doing for 6 minutes? In the report, it describes Searles' plane as doing dual circuits and landings. I think I need to find out more about what these terms mean and what were those two planes doing that night.
Steve French is a pilot who flies regularly from Turwestern. He's agreed to take Garth up on a flight and to explain what a circuit is.
What was the point of a circuit? Why were they derived and what do they do?
Because it's the safest form of approaching and landing at an aerodrome and leaving an aerodrome. There's a specific circuit, which is basically a box in the sky. You take off, you climb out, you turn right, you turn right, you turn right, and you land. So it's like a box in the sky.
And what determines whether we turn right for right-handed or left for left?
Because that's being determined by the aerodrome. So they've made this a left-hand or a right-hand circuit. So it's down to the controller to specify which way the circuit is going to be. So.
How many aircraft could be in a circuit?
It could be up to six or seven. you know, in which case it gets really busy. And some aircraft are slower than other aircraft, and this is a particularly fast aircraft, so unless you can slow it down, you might encroach too much on the plane in front, and thereby you would turn out and circle away from the field and then come back.
So if I've got a box and I'm turning right in a right-hand circuit, what do they call that to the left then? How do they reference that?
That's the dead side. It's the dead side of the runway. So if we were coming to join the circuit, we would join on the dead side because there's no aircraft flying that side. So we would descend, and we'd aim to descend over the end of the runway at about 1,500 feet, 1,600 feet, and then we would be dropping down to 1,000 feet. By the time we got to downwind, we would be then in the circuit downwind and joining. But the dead side is the side of the runway that there's no aircraft, and obviously that's the side you want to join if you were joining this circuit.
So how do they miss each other? Is it purely height when you're joining the circuit?
Yeah, it's purely height. If you're joining dead side, you wouldn't be at 1,000 feet over the end of the runway. You would ideally be at 15, 16 or 1,700 feet as you cross the end of the runway. So any planes taking off are still only going to be at 400 or 500 feet. And then by the time you've joined the circuit, you're at 1,000 and you've sort of meshed in with everybody else. But ultimately, the pilot has the last word. You know, if you don't think it's safe, then you make the decision. You know, because you're the pilot. So it's your life on the line.
As Garth circles the airfield, he can see how close the crash site is to Turweston. One detail missing from the records is which runway Searle's plane used. Could finding that information yield more clues? Garth meets with local astronomer Mark George. Can he shed more light on the question of the runway?
Mark, what I do know is that the crash site was in this direction. But what I can't confirm and what I don't know is the actual runway in use that night. What I do know is from looking at the official data that the moon had an important part to play in that. Is there any way you can tell me where the moon was on that night?
Yes, absolutely. We've got a fantastic piece of software here that allows us to turn back time. So by using this, we can see exactly where the moon was on that night. So if you have a look on here, we turn the time back to 1944, and it shows us that the moon, if we have a look in this direction, we're about 28 degrees in the sky. So we're looking at this patch of sky just here.
So then, if we position the map then, right now we're stood at the intersection of these two runways, so it could have been anywhere of those. We know Westbury's in this direction. From what you've said with the moon being in this direction, it does confirm that this was the runway in use at the time.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, for any pilot taking off from this particular runway, they're going to have the full glow of that moon in their eyes as they take off.
Would the moon have been very bright that night? Would it have had an influence?
It would have. It would have been very bright. On that particular night, it was a waning gibbous, and it would have been giving out about 90% of its moonlight.
It's quite plausible then that the pilots just would not have seen that plane coming towards them.
It's quite possible, yes. The moon would be that bright. It'd be akin to having a torch shone in your eyes, really. And for any pilot heading into that, it's going to be quite dazzling for them and confusing.
From the information he's gathered so far, Garth has come up with a timeline of events. At 1:14 a.m., Charles Searles is given permission to take off with his crew of 7. As it's Haraze's first nighttime flight, Wellington BK-272 remains stationary as he, Searles, continues teaching him. After returning to the airfield and circling, Flight Lieutenant Shaw in Wellington HE-325 is given permission to land. At some time between 1:17 a.m. and 1:28 a.m., Searles Wellington takes off to the southeast into the face of the full moon. Now Shaw's plane is beginning to turn and drop to 1,000 feet at the head of the runway, so that he can come around and fly to the far side, where he'll start his final approach to land. Shaw's Wellington smashes into the tail of BK-272 and slices it off. Shaw's craft flat spins to the ground and impacts on the perimeter of the airfield, while Searles Wellington manages to remain in the air before it too crashes near the village of Westbury. But Garth believes that it was the controllers on the ground who may have been at fault.
The flight time of 6 minutes
must have been a delay on Searle's part. He must have been sat on the end of that runway for the whole of those 6 minutes. And what I don't understand is why those flight controllers did not abort his takeoff when they knew Shaw was still circling and still in a dangerous close proximity.
Perhaps the staff at Turwestern knew that they were partly to blame for the accident. But this was wartime. Keeping morale high was all important, and it might have been that the authorities wanted nothing to discourage or dispirit trainees. Pilot error was perhaps a neat, tidy, convenient, non-controversial explanation for the crash. Garth is still wrestling with the one hole in his theory, however.
I think I can explain the 6 minutes. It's probably Searles going through his cockpit drills while teaching. But what I don't understand is how Searles managed to get his aircraft up to 1,000 feet and collide with Shaw's off the end of the runway. Either that or the official records that state 1,000 feet are incorrect and the collision between Searles and Shaw's aircraft was much, much lower.
Luckily, pilot Steve French may have unlocked the entire mystery. His theory accounts for the lost 6 minutes and both planes' altitude. To explain his theory, Steve takes Garth up in his plane to retrace the last flight of Searle's Wellington, BK-272.
He would have been at a standing start at the end of the runway, the end of the tarmac we can see now. He would have been there, engines full power, and he would have started his run. So we can time it if you want. Okay, I would start it about now. He would have been powering down there. It's obviously been cut short. I imagine it went a bit further than that in World War II. We're about 2 minutes in now. 2 minutes in, making the turn. He approached Brackley, he's on his crosswind leg. Now he's flying downwind. That's 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes. We're turning now.
Nearly 4 minutes now.
We're on base leg now. Okay, so now we're turning finals. And we're now on final approach. The aircraft would either land from here, or it would touch and go, or it would power up and go around, depending on the exercise that the instructor's putting the students through. The runway was extended like it used to be. We're probably touching down around about now. What time have we got? Go up on that.
We're just got to 5 minutes.
5 minutes, but okay, we're a smaller plane, so maybe we would be a little bit more agile than a large bomber. So, you know, 6.5 minutes is not going to be far off.
Back on the ground, Steve reveals more.
Obviously, we've just flown this circuit, and it was a right-hand circuit to runway 15. I believe that the pilot and on the Wellington that was taken off, he had a student with him, and he was on his very first circuit. There's a 6.5 minute delay in between the time they talked to them and the accident, which would basically be correct for taking off, flying a circuit, and rather than landing, doing a missed approach. A missed approach is where you're on approach, you decide to throw the landing away, and you take off and go back round. As he got a student with him, it was the middle of the night. I would imagine that, you know, the first one would just be for a look. So he'd come round, have a look, he'd be at 500-600 feet, he would say, right, go round. The pilot would then pull up, he would soon be at 1,000 feet. Meanwhile, the other aircraft's coming in to join the circuit from the dead side. This is the dead side of the runway because obviously it's a right-hand circuit. This aircraft coming in, he probably knew where he was. He could see Westbury over here. It was dark, it was a moonlit night. He may have picked up a couple of features. As he was coming in, he would be rolling slightly left to make sure he was over the end of the runway to the right. And the way the two aircraft have impacted, it would make sense that obviously that they would hit each other there. This aircraft then went down there, and the obviously other aircraft spiralled in basically at the end of the runway. The only way this aircraft could have been at this point, at 1,000 feet, is if it's already in the air. It couldn't possibly have taken off and got to that height in such a short distance. If he had landed and then took off again, he would have probably only been 500 feet here. You know, and the other pilot at 1,000 would have been over the top of him, you know, enjoying the circuit, and he would have been safe and he would have been fine.
Steve's theory has finally solved 10 years of frustrating research into the Wellington collision. Garth has sent all the evidence he has discovered on the Wellington collision to air safety expert Gary Wan to see if he agrees with his findings. Gary begins by assessing the efficiency of air traffic control at the time.
Air traffic control during wartime is certainly different to the way it's run now. And essentially, the person in air traffic control will be recording takeoff times and landing times. There wouldn't have been a map to plot where the aircraft are. There's obviously no radar to see where the other aircraft are. And clearances given to the aircraft are almost procedural in that the aircraft is given permission to carry out a manoeuvre, and it's up to the pilot then to carry out safely. By giving procedural instructions, you're allowing the aircrew to carry on and carry out a manoeuvre, but what that lacks is the control over the aircraft and making sure that you haven't got two aircraft in the same place at the same time.
So why did the crews not see the other's aircraft that night?
If the two aircraft are on a converging course, a collision course, then there'll be no apparent movement of one aircraft and the other. And it's a well-known fact that the human eye picks up movement. So even though each aircraft had lights, it wouldn't be obvious to each of the pilots the other aircraft was there until very shortly before the collision.
With the numbers of planes in the skies increasing all the time, and our major airports becoming busier than ever, how does modern aviation minimize the possibility of a collision between converging airliners near an airport? Former RAF and commercial test pilot Chris Roberts explains the systems that have been developed to keep the modern traveller safe, even in limited visibility.
You have on board your aeroplane a thing called a TCAS, which is a collision avoidance system. And you can see on your aircraft displays where the other aeroplanes are that are coming in towards the landing point, which is also the beginning of your takeoff point. So you have that basic visibility if you're in bad weather, and of course you can see them if the weather's good. And of course, air traffic knows where they are, so air traffic will be telling you. But at a particular point when you requested your departure, you will be cleared onto the runway, and you will be cleared takeoff. And the two calls may come together, they may not. Air traffic now never use the term takeoff unless you're cleared to take off. So once you're cleared to take off, you have to go very quickly, because everybody is working on the assumption that you will move very quickly after you've been given clearance, and that will allow you to slot in to your place in the pattern of aeroplanes that are coming into land and have already taken off.
Now he has finally discovered the truth. Garth can tell the relatives of the Wellington crash what he's found, and a 70-year-old mystery can at last be resolved. Emma Bonner Morgan is the great-niece of Flight Lieutenant James Shaw. The family had believed that James was killed while training in Scotland. Garth meets Emma to tell her more.
It was 1:15 in the morning, so it's pitch black. Very, very dark. But also, there was a full moon, so that some of the land was lit up. So you've got an aircraft which, by all accounts and reading through this research, was taking off into the moon, so he had the bright moon in front of him, and then you had another aircraft that was circling around. So the aircraft couldn't really see each other. So when it comes to fault, the Court of Inquiry states that perhaps both crews didn't keep proper lookout, but to me that's a bit harsh because the two aircraft, very, very dark night, just collided with each other. How much information had your family received regarding this crash, and what did you actually know?
My grandma told me about him and had said there'd been an accident, but she didn't go into details, and I suppose she didn't even know that much. But actually seeing it all here again brings it back to life. But I mean, she was very sad, and obviously I didn't want to ask too many questions because I could see how much it affected her. I think it's, you know, fantastic to have this information and fills in some of the gaps that we didn't know. It's quite emotional, really. Here's his photo. Brings him to life, actually. Seeing the written word really brings him to life as well. The reality is that 13 people lost their lives, which is desperate. They're the forgotten heroes, aren't they?
For Garth, this is a very satisfying end to his 10 years of research.
I'm afraid, after looking at the evidence, this is just a tragic accident where neither crew can be portioned absolute blame. There's a lot of factors involved here. Firstly, it was a very inky, dark night, but for Searles and his trainees, he had the brilliant, bright moon, which had a dazzling effect on him. Also, the Wellington's got to be portioned blame here, to a degree, simply because the lights are very, very small and they would have been painted out. They're very, very dim, very, very difficult to pick out. And on a night like that, where it was incredibly dark, it would have been virtually impossible to see the other aircraft.
That terrible crash in July 1944 was just one of many hundreds that cost the lives of so many young airmen during World War II.
The thousands of deaths that happen in training are a footnote in history. But by researching crashes such as the collision of the two Wellingtons at Western, hopefully people are made aware and understand the bravery and sacrifice these men made behind the front line. It is something we should not forget.
God bless the finest, bravest souls, no more to fly or walk. Their precious blood was spilled, no more to flourish, love or talk. May they always be remembered, and may they rest in perfect peace. God bless their souls and families, and pray that evil wars may someday cease.